and strategic influence. Its foremost purpose is to prevent conflict by ensuring credible deterrence, maintaining stability, and preserving the freedom of navigation. If we don't have the freedom of navigation, the trade will not flow. Today, the Persian Gulf is closed, and you know what is happening. Just an example. The Indian Navy, as the nation's primary instrument of maritime power, is committed to fulfilling its responsibility. Viksit Bharat 2047, how do we align with it? The transformation of the Indian Navy is guided by the Government of India's strategic vision of becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047 and operational directives by the Honorable RM. This vision requires the Indian Navy to assume a larger role to safeguard our maritime interests, facilitate the economic growth, and shape India's strategic influence. Towards this, our long-term objective is to be combat-ready, credible, cohesive, future-ready, and multi-domain in all missions capable, networked and data-driven force through self-reliance. The same has been articulated in the Navy's vision document, Indian Navy Vision 2047, and we plan to achieve it through doctrinal tenets, shaping our concept of operations, adoption of latest technologies coupled with tech-enabled workforce, and charting a roadmap for force modernization centered on Atmanirbharta. And how do we do that? The first step towards Atmanirbharta always and is obviously that we align and review our doctrines. The Navy is engaged in a continuous process of doctrinal refinement to remain aligned with the national strategic directions and emerging technologies and the lessons learned from contemporary conflicts. Also, we are aware of all the initiatives that have been taken by the Government of India as far as policy directives are concerned. In the last decade or so, the government has taken numerous measures to encourage Indianization and participation of the private industries in the defense sector. These initiatives include review of the defense acquisition procedure and the defense procurement manual, which prioritize procurement from indigenous sources. Preference has been given for accord of acceptance of necessity under indigenous categories. And therefore, as far as the Navy is concerned, 82% of our AONs in the last 3 years, from FY 23-24 onwards, have been on indigenous categories. The second initiative was earmarking 75% of the capital and 25% of the R&D budget for domestic industries. More than 75% of our budget in the last 2 financial years has been to domestic companies. Almost 84% in the last financial year and about 79% in the previous financial year. Since this financial year is not ended, I will not give you the figures as it's still work in progress. There has been a focus on make projects. Our priority in Atmanirbharta is now towards bridging capability gaps in marine propulsion and power generation, as well as advanced weapons and sensors. And if you recall, the CNS today morning was alluding that we have got 3 channels or 3 verticals in which we look at Atmanirbharta. As far as shipbuilding is concerned, to float, to move, to fight. As far as the float component is concerned, we have almost about 95%. The balance 5% is primarily due to certain minerals or certain systems which are not produced in India, probably certain ICs, certain technologies which are not there as of now and which probably will come in the near future, but that is something that's just not available. As far as the move component is concerned, which pertains to propulsion, power generation, distribution, we are at about 65%, and the key component that is missing over here are the generators and the propulsion package. And therefore, what we have done is, under the MAKE scheme, we are now going ahead for developing a 6 to 10 megawatt diesel engine, which is being done by a private company under MAKE 1. And we are very sure, after seeing the progress, that we will have an indigenous diesel engine by 2028. 4 to 10 megawatt, we are looking at a 6 megawatt, which can be upscaled up and down. Therefore, all ships up to the OPV class will be powered by this particular engine. We are also going in for gas turbine generators, indigenization, and also producing a 26 to 30 megawatt gas turbine for propulsion. This is in consultation with a foreign company or whoever wants to part with TOT or develop it within India. So our priority is there so that this, the second component, the Indianization will straight away go beyond 90% thereafter. And the third one is fight, wherein there are issues with respect to certain weapons and sensors where we are lacking, but the progress is there and there is a focus, and we hope to do that in the next 10 years or so. The government of India promulgated 5 indigenization lists in the last 5 years. We have, out of the 218 items pertaining to the Navy in these 5 indigenization lists, 149 have already been indigenized. 149 indigenized, and work is in progress on the balance. We hope to indigenize them in the next few years. This expanding ecosystem driven by indigenization represents India's strategic industrial strength. It ensures that the Navy's future capabilities will be built in India by Indian industry, powered by Indian innovation. We have set up defense corridors. The Technology Perspective and Capability Roadmap 2025 was promulgated last year. Then there was the launch of TDF and IDEX schemes. We have concluded MOUs with institutions, especially the IITs and ISCs and all, to seek technological solutions for our sustenance as well as future technological challenges. Since the launch of IDEX in 2018, over 585 challenges have been taken up across all the 3 services. And I'm happy to inform you that 198 of these, that is about 35%, pertain to the Indian Navy. These initiatives have enabled us to collaborate with more than 150 startups and MSMEs directly, while the overall number is almost 6,000. We are interacting with almost 6,000 MSMEs and startups, a number which is generally not known. AON has been accorded out of these for 31 schemes worth almost 2,700 crores, and contracts have been concluded for 18 cases out of this 31, almost up to 1,600 crores is the value. And the investment is about just 415 crores from the MOD. So you see the value addition that has been done. The government has put in about 400 odd crores. We have got contracts of 1,600 crores, that is 4x, and AON going up to almost 7x. And we will definitely be concluding more contracts in the near future. The Srijan portal, which was initiated by the Department of Defense Production for private sector as far as sustenance is concerned for indigenization, out of the 1,932 naval items, we have already indigenized 402. So it's work in progress, 25% completed, and that's what has been done in the last 3 years. So we have actually actively embraced all these initiatives, and accordingly we have made organizational changes also, wherein we have set up the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, or NIO, which is our technology and indigenization incubator. Additionally, our Technology Development and Acceleration Cell, or TDAC, Directorate of Indigenization, and the Special Task Forces, which the CNS alluded to, closely collaborate with startups, industry, and academia to handhold tech development and build innovative and indigenous solutions. Then we've got avenues like Swavalamban, where Indian Navy's Innovation and Indigenization Seminar, which is used to develop advanced capabilities like drones, counter-drone systems, autonomous systems, underwater vehicles, boat swarms, directed energy weapons, etc. In addition, we are also looking at reviewing our doctrines, and therefore the recently released Indian Maritime Doctrine guides the Navy's approach to capacity building, operational preparedness, and integration with sister services to operate effectively and prevail in a contested, uncertain, and continuously competitive environment. Today's competition unfolds in gray zones marked by persistent coercion, disruption, and influence activities that fall short of declared war but carry strategic consequences. And therefore, protracted conflicts persist alongside brief, high-intensity engagements, and we are tuning our future responses based on doctrinal concepts also as far as this is concerned. This convergence of enduring contestation and episodic violence demands a force posture that is continuously prepared, strategically agile, and operationally integrated across all domains. The Navy has nurtured indigenous design and warship building program since the late 1950s, when INS Ajay, the first indigenous built ship by JRSC, was delivered in 1960 at Kolkata. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this. And since then, the Navy has transformed from a buyer's Navy to a builder's Navy with the capability to design, most importantly, design and build ships across the spectrums of size and complexity, from aircraft carriers to destroyers, stealth frigates, to submarines and even nuclear power submarines. Today, this commitment has matured into one of India's greatest defense industrial success stories. And from the early 70s, vessels such as the Nilgiri class to complex in-house designed warships such as the latest aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, the Navy's ship design journey reflects a steady march towards self-reliance and technological sophistication. In the recent past, our warship building has evolved with the adaptation of latest technologies and construction as far as design is concerned also. And there has been significant focus on optimizing space, developing novel hull forms with improved stealth capabilities, and imbibing modular construction techniques, incorporation of generative AI in ship design, integrated systems, engineering, digital twins, integration of VR, AR, and sustainable marine technologies. The Navy is also progressing in a mission mode towards integrating AI-based diagnostic tools and testing facilities. From a modest beginning at independence, we are now a modern blue water Navy with comprising over 140 ships and submarines. Significantly, the majority of these platforms have been constructed in Indian shipyards. And more importantly, as the CNS alluded again, all the 50 ships currently under construction are being built in India. This not only reflects our commitment to self-reliance, but also the growing strength and maturity of our shipbuilding or warship building ecosystem. There is an issue with shipbuilding, but I'm specifically focusing on warship building. And apart from the 50 ships that are already under construction, acceptance of necessity has been accorded for 75 ships and submarines. All of them will be built in India in the next few years, with a total amounting to about almost 2.5 lakh crore rupees. And there is a further windfall as far as we are concerned, because we have calculated and analyzed that for each rupee that is spent by the shipyard in the shipbuilding assets as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, the trickle-down factor is almost 6 times as far as the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 vendors are concerned, and the employment factor is almost 2 to 3 times. So that is what is this warship building capacity and capability putting back into the Indian economic ecosystem. Going beyond platforms, we are also pushing self-reliance to a most grassroots level, what we call Atmanirbharta at the component and sub-component level. Vikrant, which stands as a powerful symbol of India's technological capability and industrial confidence, had about 76% indigenous consent. We are making further progress on this front, with the ships being commissioned today carrying more than 86% of the indigenous content, as indicated again by the CNS in the morning. Atmanirbharta at this level helps us to upgrade on the go, with successive ships of the same project witnessing technological upgrades. For instance, INS Anjadeep incorporated hydrofoils as a propulsion enhancement, reflecting our commitment to continue evolving even within our project. So that's the 6th of the 7th ship, and we changed the propulsion as far as modernization and Atmanirbharta is concerned. It needs no reiteration that technology has become a diverse and decisive element of power, shaping every aspect of conflict from decision-making to execution. To stay ahead, we must adapt and adopt these cutting-edge technologies to ensure that indigenous tailor-made solutions are developed to meet our operational requirements. Space-based systems, artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, and network-centric operations are redefining military capability. The Indian Navy is actively embracing these technologies to enhance operational effectiveness and future readiness. Gentlemen, we have been behind the curve in almost all the technologies that we see today. But we have to look ahead and identify technologies where even the world over we are at TRL 2, TRL 3, and let's get on to those technologies. The Indian Navy is identifying those technologies which will mature to TRL 7, 8, 9 in the next 5 to 7 years, and we need to catch up with them. This is the time to do it. We have all the wherewithal. All we need is a focused approach, and we are looking at those technologies. We are working to integrate artificial intelligence across operational and support domains, enhancing situational awareness, decision-making, and operational efficiency. Towards institution of AI framework and infrastructure, we have established the Indian Navy Incubation Center for Artificial Intelligence, INICAI, at Bangalore in Jan 2023 and commissioned our first AI compute center, Crystal, with state-of-the-art GPUs in March 25. We have more than 50 AI-enabled applications which are being developed today. And it is not that we started now, we started this about 3 to 4 years ago. This is primarily to enhance situational awareness, decision-making, logistics, and op effectiveness. To enable such technology advanced operations, our network-centric warfare capabilities are also being strengthened. Integrated communication network, data fusion systems, and real-time situational awareness enable faster and more effective decision-making. These capabilities are essential for modern naval operations across vast maritime spaces. Another critical focus area, therefore, for us is the space, where satellite-based communication, surveillance, and navigation provide essential support for maritime domain awareness and operational effectiveness. The Indian Navy is strengthening its space-enabled capabilities to ensure persistent surveillance, secure communication, and operational resilience. Additionally, to prepare for future conflicts, security of data needs to be assured during transmission and also while in storage. Accordingly, we are actively involved in development of quantum networks, which would further strengthen our communication and quantum sensors to ensure enhanced operational capabilities in the near future. Autonomous systems are emerging as another critical force multiplier. The Navy is progressively integrating unmanned aerial, surface, and underwater systems to enhance surveillance, reconnaissance, and operational reach. We are advancing manned-unmanned teaming concepts, enabling seamless integration between crewed platforms and uncrewed systems. These efforts are guided by Navy's unmanned roadmap, which has been promulgated with a clear, phased pathway enabling doctrinal evolution and capability development. Concurrently, there is also a focus on countering similar threats from our adversaries and others so that this also remains a core area of our focus. Yes, yet while we integrate these niche technologies, we remain grounded. The Gartner hype cycle reminds us that every new technology passes through a wave of inflated expectation, a trough of disillusionment, and finally a plateau of productivity. We are focused on starting early and navigating this curve wisely so as to sustain these capabilities that demonstrate true value in maritime context. As a result of modernization of our fleet is being now done at a very fast pace. This year alone in 2026, we plan to commission 20 warships across the spectrum from stealth frigates to even survey ships. This would be the largest ever year-on-year force accretion in our history. Next year, the list is about 13 or 14. 14 max, but definitely 13. This surge in force accretion is testament to the maturing of our domestic shipbuilding ecosystem, enabling the Navy's future roadmap. The scale of induction reflects our investments in indigenous design, growing shipyard capacity, availability of skilled workforce, and coordinated project execution. Over the next decade, ladies and gentlemen, the Navy's force levels are planned to grow to 200 plus ships from what we have today, 142 plus, and submarines. Of these, more than 50% would be less than 10 years old. The ships of the future will be larger, more capable, and more technologically advanced, with enhanced endurance, greater combat capability, and improved facets of survivability. Naval aviation arm is also set to expand with technologically advanced new generation aircraft, helicopters, and autonomous systems, enhancing operational reach and effectiveness. A large number of contracts have been concluded or in the process, and our naval aviation will have more than 300 aircrafts by 2030. Including unmanned, uncrewed systems also in this. However, in today's maritime battle space, platforms alone do not confer advantage. Technological edge resides in the minds and hands of a tech-enabled workforce that can integrate, interpret, and improvise in real time. For a modern Navy, investing in people fluent in AI, cyber, space, and network systems is not just support to combat capability. it itself is a combat capability. Towards ensuring this, naval personnel are being trained in niche domains such as AI and data science through professional enhancement courses in reputed universities in India and abroad for the last 5 years. Induction of naval officers with a BTech degree empowers the Navy for such initiatives. The adoption of cutting-edge technologies, modernization of our force structure, and cultivation of a tech-enabled workforce are not parallel pursuits. They converge into budgetary intent and commitment, fully supported by budgetary allocation to the Indian Navy. In just 5 years, the Navy budget has risen from around 49,000 crores in 2020-21 to more than 1.1 lakh crores in the financial year 26-27. With our share of overall defense spending rising from 15% to over 18%. In fact, I recall when I was handling the naval budget in 2015-16, it was 12.5%. So in the last 10 years, it's gone up from 12.5% and about 20,000 capital budget to about 66,000 now, almost 3 times in the last 10 years. That's a growth that we have been able to achieve because we've been able to get the ships out on time in accordance with whatever we had committed. And never ever we were told that there is no budget or there is a paucity of budget. We were always told you spend the money, you will get whatever more you want. Don't worry about the budget. There is no issue with respect to capital budget as far as our capabilities are concerned. At least that is my knowledge in the last 10 to 12 years is concerned. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let me submit one enduring truth. Wars are not prevented by rhetoric, but by readiness. Preparing today is not about signaling aggression. It is about denying miscalculation. When preparedness is visible, professional, purposeful, it becomes the strongest guarantee of peace. The Navy is preparing for the future by carrying out threat assessments, refining our doctrines and shaping our CONOPS, and converting these tenets into capability through planned technology adoption to build an integrated force designed for synergized operations across all 6 domains. That is subsurface, surface, air, space, cyber, and cognitive. I think we are the only service which operates in so many domains. In tandem with the goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047, the Indian Navy is shaping its future today through indigenous shipbuilding, technological innovation, industrial partnerships, and investment in a tech-enabled workforce. I also would end to say that if I take you across the map of India, if you start from the creeks in the west to the deserts of Rajasthan, to the plains of Gujarat, to the agricultural plains of Punjab, to the jungles of Jammu and Kashmir, to the very high altitude of the glacier, to the high altitude areas of almost desert-like mountains in Ladakh, to the extreme jungles and heights in northeast and the Sundarbans. Is there any terrain in the world which is left out, which is not there, in which our forces operate? And therefore, anything that is designed by our people, our young innovators in India today, will have a use case, not only in India, but definitely anywhere in the world. And therefore, when we design for in India and make in India, we can do that for the world. That's all. In the end, all that remains now for me is to thank the Republic TV for this opportunity, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Thank you. Jai Hind. Shamna Varuna.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
का राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला तो नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला बोलते का गाडी माकळा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, welcome back, friends. Sunday afternoon, and we are cutting out of all programming to focus on that big announcement that's going to be made by the full Election Commission at 4 p.m. A mini general election, so to say, and the Election Commission going to announce the dates and phases for polls to take place in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Bengal, Assam, and of course Puducherry, the Union Territory. And we are going to be non-stop now till the announcement by the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. Shivam joins me in the studios. We're going to have reporters there on the ground, Shivam. And then, of course, some guests to help us understand and analyze what this election means.
Definitely, we'll get you all the latest updates, and the press conference would be live, and we'll give you minute-to-minute updates and what are the possible outcomes and how this election is going to turn up and how difficult and how challenging for all the political parties who will be engaged in this election this time. We'll get you all the details, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Election Commission to announce poll dates for Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala and Puducherry this evening. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Trump also threatens Iran's oil infrastructure after US bombs Kharg Island military sites vital to Iran's oil network. US President Donald Trump calls on allies to send warships, says Hormuz will open one way or the other. Indian Navy escorts LPG carriers Shivalik and Nanda Devi through the Strait of Hormuz amid West Asia war.
All right, that seems like a big breaking news development coming in, Shivam, and that's coming in from Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee, just in the nick of time, just ahead of the announcement by the Election Commission, just an hour before that, has announced a pre-model court SOP for the Bengal clergy. Interestingly, it's for both the Hindu and the Muslim clergy, so to say, the Purohits and the Muezzins, Purohits at the temples and Muezzins of the mosques, And through a post, Mamata Banerjee has said, and I quote, "I am pleased to announce an increase of rupees 500 in the monthly honorariums extended to our Purohits and Muezzins, whose service sustains the spiritual and social life of our communities. With this revision, they will now receive 2,000 rupees per month. At the same time, all fresh applications that have been duly submitted by Purohits and Muezzins have also been approved by the state government." Clearly, there is something building up. Mamata Banerjee trying to hold on to both sides of the political divide, the Hindu and the Muslim polarization that is generally talked about in the context of Bengal. And she announcing, a very secular Mamata Banerjee announcing a pre-election SOP for the Pandits and the Muezzins, or not the Pandits actually, the Purohits of the temples. How many are going to be getting affected? Let's try to understand, Shivam, from our correspondent on the ground. Let's, okay, we are being joined in by Harsha Chandwani. She joins us live from our Kolkata newsroom. I believe she's joining us live from Delhi today. And okay, Vigyan Bhavan, where Election Commission is going to be meeting and announcing the dates very soon. But Harsha, since you have been in Kolkata also, please tell us the significance of this announcement by Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and how many of the Purohits and Muezzins is going to affect.
All right, we'll try to get back to Harsha for more details. But Abhishek, this comes as a portrayal to be secular before the election announcements, to portray themselves, the TMC, as a secular party. And announcements have to be, they are speeding up the announcements because the elections will be declared in a very short while. Just at 4 p.m., there will be announcements of the poll by the ECI.
Okay, I think Harsha is back with us live on this. Harsha, my question was, Mamata government clearly just in the nick of time making this announcement and this decision. How many of the Purohits and Muezzins is going to affect? And obviously, this is going to add to the polarization politics in the state.
If we talk about only about Calcutta, only in the South Calcutta region, there are almost more than 10,000, joint Purohits and Muezzins in the Central Calcutta, in the South Calcutta region. But if we talk overall about West Bengal, there'll be many who will be affected by this particular announcement done by Mamata Banerjee. They were earlier getting rupees 1,500 per month, but now they will be getting rupees 2,000 per month. And this she has announced just before the press conference of Election Commission, Abhishek. Right now we are here where the press conference of Election Commission is scheduled at 4 o'clock. She very well knows that there will be model code of conduct, and then no announcement will be done from her side for the for the people of the community who are involved in the social service, the Purohits, the Muezzins, who are the part of the state government, who get their money as an honorarium for the state government. So this has been announced today, as you mentioned, in the neck of the time, just before the announcement by Election Commission of the election in these states, all 5 states, in which one is the West Bengal. How much it is going to make an impact? It is going to make an impact because overall there are almost 6 to 10 lakh people who are deployed in each and every, let's say, a social community of the social service, and they will be highly benefited with them. With it, if we talk about overall West Bengal, the population is almost 7 crore, and in that 7 crore population already there are many electors who are in the adjudication. The numbers have been deleted also, almost 63 lakhs have been deleted also. Now who are left in that ones mostly are in North Bengal region and in the Central Calcutta region. Those will be majorly impacted with this announcement of the Mamata Banerjee. But today, Abhishek, all eyes on the announcement of the election. There's a high-octane election, as we very well know. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, Assam, Puducherry, these states, and one UT Puducherry is going for election this month, this year in the month of April. Most of the assemblies are dissolving in the month of May, and therefore this announcement becomes very much important. 45 days time is what is needed for the Election Commission before the assembly dissolves. The preparation are all set, Abhishek. Let me show you at 4 o'clock, Ganesh Kumar along with other election commissioners will be arriving here. Everyone has been talking about the much anticipated number of phases, that in how many phases the elections will be conducted. However, it is being stated that the Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Puducherry is mostly clear that they will happen at least in 3 to 4 phases, Assam in 2 phases. But about West Bengal, there are a lot of speculation, and there was a lot of mulling also, which was done by the CEC after he met political parties in in West Bengal during his delegation visit. The political party stated that they want the election to be held in one phase in the state of West Bengal, which doesn't seem to be possible. We're expecting that in West Bengal, the election will happen either in 2 phases or either in 3 phases. There's a speculation which is going around. Lot of nudging was done over the number of phases in West Bengal. Today, there will be a clarity, and also there will be clarity on the number of adjudication electors as well. How many have been disposed from that list and have been added to the elector list? As Mamata has been stating that there's a conspiracy to delete 1.2 crore voters. So exactly what is going to happen of the number of adjudication cases, that clarity also will
Harsha,
from the election commission.
Harsha,
all eyes are on 4 o'clock press conference.
Yeah, we will come to the 4 o'clock press conference in a bit, but just one more question before we diversify the conversation and include SIR impact and other things. My question is this an act of desperation by Mamata Banerjee, or is it very smart move that on the one hand, with the Muezzins, she is consolidating an existing vote bank, and with the SOP to Purohits, she is trying to create a dent in the BJP vote bank?
Act of desperation, Abhishek. We very well know that yesterday Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there in the brigade rally ground, and how the number of Karyakartas and the citizens have gathered there, and at this time announcing something for Purohit, and that to rupees 500 addition to the honorariums, which she has never done in 2021, and also she has not done the same thing in Lok Sabha. Also, she has never considered Purohits as part of her any announcement or giving them a certain thing just before election. But this is act of desperation, Abhishek, because she very well knows in North Bengal region, if we talk about Malda, Murshidabad, Krishnanagar, all those areas, if we talk about now, there are several parties. Her vote bank is clearly being divided by JUP, Humayun Kabir's party, by AIM coming and joining hands with JUP, also by the ISEF, left party leaders and Congress as well. These all are the minority vote bank parties, and she very well knows that in the major sector, with almost so many votes being cut out from the elector list, her vote bank will be heavily impacted and affected. That is the reason why Mamata Banerjee has just now announced this. She has made an announcement for Purohits. This clearly an act of desperation. She's trying that if some part of the urban voters can deviate, if some part of the Purohit voters can deviate, and they can give the vote to Mamata Banerjee, to TMC party. But let me tell you, Abhishek, there are several parts in West Bengal where anti-incumbency is out, and where the urban voters really feel that it's high time that they need the change in the state of West Bengal. This is really an act of desperation which has come just before a day of, just on the day of press conference, and just one day after when Prime Minister had announced 1,000 crore development project scheme for the state of West Bengal.
All right, that's a big development, in fact, on the Bengal politics front, Shivam. Mamata Banerjee there, just in the nick of time. One would say an act of desperation. Another view would be that perhaps it's a very smart move, consolidating one vote bank and trying to dent BJP's vote bank with this one move. Ek teer se do nishan, as it is called. We are being joined in by two political analyst guests on this broadcast, CAV Subramanian. He's a political analyst and economist. And we have YG Madhuvanti. She's also a political analyst, both from Chennai, both lean towards the right. And if I could begin with you, Ms. Madhuvanti, because I'm told you have to leave early. Before your comments on Tamil Nadu politics, I would want your quick reaction on this move by Mamata of giving 500 rupees extra to Muezzins and Purohits of mosques and temples just 1 hour before Election Commission makes the announcement of Model Code of Conduct.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I think it's very clear that she is acting in desperation, because she knows that she's on a very big losing wicket as far as West Bengal is concerned. And, just 1 hour before trying to play out such kind of tactics and gimmicks is not going to help, because the voter in West Bengal knows what's going on. This is very similar to what's going on in Tamil Nadu also, because the DMK-led Stalin government has, given out 2,000 rupees like this, just gave out 5,000 rupees 1 month ago. All this in acts of desperation, because they know there is a huge anti-incumbency here in Tamil Nadu. So they are trying all that they can, all the tricks in the bag, to see if they can retain their government. But I don't see that happening. And I definitely am sure that the BJP has a very strong hold in West Bengal.
Right. Mr. Subramanian, what are you expecting in terms of the phases, the dates for Tamil Nadu polls, Election Commission to make that announcement shortly?
See, except West Bengal, the remaining state and the Pondicherry Union Territory, they will go in a single phase. And probably West Bengal, they will go for a three-phase election. I think previously it was 7. Now I think after introduction of SIR, after scrutinizing the voters list and removing the duplicate and all those things, I think now we have got a confidence that it can be held in 3 or 4 phases. Definitely it may not be 7. That's what my assumption is. Considering the dates, okay, today I think at 4 p.m. the ECI is going to announce. Probably they need about 40 to 60 days. Taking that, I think the elections for all the states and union territory will be held in between from May 1st week and May 2nd week, anywhere between that. I think NEET exams are coming, JP and JEE exams are also coming. So considering those 2 exams which are critical, competitive exams, so I think ECI may fit in the election dates accordingly. That's what my view is.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. Good opening comments from our panel, Shivam, and let's take it forward. What's next?
Yeah, definitely, but I have one question to YG Madhuvanti. Ma'am, you said that this won't be having much of an impact, but this comes as one among the many announcements that are already in place. There's already 1,200 per month for SC/ST women. There is 1,000 to 1,500 rupees for general OBC women that has already been announced. There is a Rupashri Prakalpa announcement that is already in place. So this is among one of the many freebies that has been announced by the West Bengal government. Don't you think it will be an added boost because they know freebies do work in elections in India? Ma'am.
I don't think so. I beg to differ because just by announcing freebies, I don't think you can win the hearts of the people of West Bengal, because the people of West Bengal have seen through the atrocities committed by this government. They've seen through the corruption. They've seen through what Mamata Banerjee is capable of. So the people of West Bengal are not fools. I keep saying this all the time, be it Tamil Nadu, be it West Bengal, be it anywhere. The people of this country want development. And they are seeing development happen wherever there has been a double-engine sarkar, especially when the Modi government takes charge. So I don't think the people are going to, fall for this freebie stuff. I mean, this freebie thing is not going to work anymore.
Okay, we have another breaking coming in while we stay with the guests for their comments because things are building up. We are getting breaking news developments from Kerala, from Tamil Nadu, from Assam and from Bengal. We began with Bengal. Let's go to the next one, which is coming in from, again, staying with Bengal. Bengal BJP leader writes to Election Commission on misuse of CAPFs by Mamata government. BJP alleges misuse. Can we correct the spelling mistake, please? Okay, another breaking. Okay, now, Mr. Subramanian, specific to Tamil Nadu, is this going to be a three-cornered contest finally for the first time in the history of state politics? Or you think that Vijay might just prove to be a non-starter given the kind of polarized voting patterns we have seen in Tamil Nadu for decades?
See, I would say Vijay is slightly better than Seeman, the non-Tamilar Kachi, in terms of vote percentage. So Seeman is scoring in the range of 8% in the past 3-4 elections. So Vijay may have about anything between 8 to 10. So I don't see that as a three-way contest because, see, three-way contest means you need to have a good alliance. So in Tamil Nadu politics, okay, it's very difficult to go with the single party. That's what the history shows to us also, except to one election where Madam Jayalalitha fought on her own and won the election. Other than that, I think after 1967, the elections are fought on the alliance strength. So that is why ADMK and DMK, election after election, they have been having alliance with Congress. Congress will go to first time to DMK, next time to ADMK. That's how we have been seeing the alliance trend and strategy. So Tamil Nadu people, I think they want to vote for an alliance partner who are strong in the central so that they can bring some good schemes to state also. Because this Dravida model, that's what the name claimed by the current Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, is not doing a great things what they promised. Okay, in 2021, when they gave the manifesto, I think you all aware that they gave about 512 manifesto promises, of which only 13% is only fulfilled. To put the number, kind of 68 to 70 only they fulfilled out of 525. But having said that, I think recently also typically what Mamata Banerjee today, she announced about 500 rupees extra scheme to the Purohits. So M.K. Stalin also announced 5,000 rupees. So I would put analogy, when the weaker students are going to appear for exams, what they will do? They'll study in the last 24th hour, right? So that's how these guys are going to do. They're trying to do, actually. They lost all the 5 years, almost 4.5 years. Okay, nothing they have done. So why can't they announce all these schemes, identifying the beneficiaries, who need the money, so who need the investments? Can they do some analysis in the past 5 years and done all these schemes in upfront? So this is typically the anti-incumbency is growing day by day. To beat that, I think they're trying to put some small money in the packet of people. Yeah. I think people are very, very intelligent. Okay, I don't think they're going to come back to power. So both, I think it is applicable to Mamata Banerjee and M.K. Stalin also.
Right, Mr. Subramanian, in fact, it's building up very interestingly insofar as Bengal is concerned. Ms. Madhuvanti, just stay with us. Another breaking coming in from Bengal. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, after announcing that 500 rupee extra SOP to Purohits and Muezzins, now going with an order to release arrears.
Very big development, because one announcement after the other, and she said, I'm happy to announce that our Mati Manush government has delivered on its promise to all its employees and pensioners, and to lakhs of teachers and non-teaching staff of our educational institutions, as well as employees and pensioners of our other grant and aid institutions like panchayats, municipal bodies and other local bodies, etc. Now they will start receiving the ROPA 2009 DNS allowance arrears from March 2026 onwards, as per the modalities detailed out in the notifications issued by our finance department. So this is another announcement, and this just has been announced very short while ago. The press conference is at 4 p.m. She's announcing this at 3:05.
Well, absolutely. This seems like a SOP parade by Mamata just an hour before the dates are announced, and hence the model code of conduct kicks in. More breakings. Can we get more breakings from Kerala, from Tamil Nadu? We have reporters joining us live. I believe Congress has...
Okay.
Assam has, I believe there is a Congress list coming out, and for that, Anirudh is joining us live for more on this. So we are continuing to be getting those breakings. Shivam, take us to the next break.
Yeah, another big breaking from Assam. Assam Congress announces second list of candidates. Now, in view of the Assam Legislative Assembly elections, the Congress party has announced the list, the second list for 23 seats. Along with this, we also have announced, comes from Congress, that they have announced seats for alliance partners, various regions and national left-wing parties on 15 seats. So they have done this announcement for the second list for 23 seats. Anirudh is joining us live for more details. Anirudh, if you can put this into perspective and give us the details of the seats and the main competitive seats where it will be a tough battle for the Congress and also for the BJP. If you can share the sheets with us.
Yes, Shivam. In fact, yesterday the Congress came out with its second list. In the first list, most of the seats, particularly key seats, were announced, including Jorhat, from where Gaurav Gogoi will be contesting this time. And in the second list, we have seen that there are many important constituencies of which the candidates were announced. But yes, again, some of the very key constituencies of the state, like, Bhawanipur, Horbuk, which happens to be a historically important constituency, keeping in view the history of the Assam movement. The Berhampur seat, which is another significant seat, these seats have been left out for the alliance partners. There are 4 key alliance partners as far as the Congress party is concerned, and they have left 15 seats for these alliance partners in the second list. In the first list, no seats were actually left for the alliance partners, or no any indications were given whether which seats will be left out. But yes, in the second list, 15 seats have been left out. In the first list itself, they had announced candidates for 30 plus constituencies, and that also includes Gaurav Gogoi's candidature from Jorhat constituency. Another important thing that has also been seen in the Congress's list is that the influence of dynastic politics is clearly visible. In the first list, we saw Gaurav Gogoi himself being the son of former Chief Minister Tarun Gogoi. Another son of former Chief Minister Hiteshwar Saikia was also in the list that was announced in the first list by the Congress party. There were also sons of many influential Congress leaders who had managed to get their sons inducted in the list. In the second list that has come out,
stay with us. We have to take a short commercial break. We'll come to you for more details because it's very less time is left for the press conference. Everybody is waiting for the press conference. Let's take a short commercial break first, and then we'll come back and give you minute-to-minute updates of the press conference. Coming up, poll body briefing today, just in a short while. Just half an hour.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागला चला हो 10 ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे भैया कहीं नहीं चल क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप गाड़ी जा ही रहा है कौन सा गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है आप पता है लोग
All right, welcome back, friends. Our build-up to that big press conference by the full election commission continues. It's happening at 4 p.m. You have the timer and the countdown on your screens, and we are continuing with breakings coming in. Suddenly, it seems all the leaderships in these states have become active in making statements so that they can beat the model code of conduct if they have to make announcements. We saw Bengal doing it. Mamata Banerjee, 2 big announcements there, clearing pensions and arrears and announcing another 500 rupees for Purohits and Muezzins. And now we have another round of breaking. Let's go to that. Shivam?
Yeah, this is coming from Kerala. Another big breaking news coming in from Kerala. Just before the poll announcement, the date announcement, now Kerala BJP is expressing confidence over NDA candidates. Now Kerala BJP chief says the announcement on candidates in next few days. So there is no hurry when it comes to Kerala, I guess. Now,
okay, I think bigger breaking was that he's accusing the left of a U-turn on the Sabarimala temple row. Remember the earlier position? Okay, let's take a quick comment from Ms. Madhuvanti on this. Madhuvanti, you know, the Pinarayi Vijayan government in 2018 took a position that all women should be allowed, all age groups, irrespective of their limitations, they should be allowed in the temple. I believe they paid some price in 2019 elections, in the general elections. Now they are saying that let's have a stakeholder consultation before the Supreme Court, it's hands off, and the BJP flagging it. BJP is saying, oh, whoa, what has happened? Why are you becoming so cautious? Why this U-turn?
See, Abhishek, this is normal for all this entire indie gang. This is the normal modus operandi if you look at it. Just come election, they will all turn pro-Hindu. And after the election is over, they will all call themselves the so-called secular. And they will talk only for the minorities. This whole Kerala episode was something that was absolutely handled in the most immature and dirty way by the Kerala government, if you ask me, because this is a tradition that is generations old. It's not something that came up yesterday. And to try and belittle it and say that women of all ages can walk into Sabarimala is a complete disgrace and a complete blemish as far as the Hindu faith is concerned. This is exactly something similar to what's going on in Tiruppuram Kundram in Tamil Nadu. But the minute you know that there is an election round the corner, all these people take a U-turn because they suddenly realize that the Hindus form a majority in this country and that you have to appease the Hindus because you need the Hindu vote. Only during election time. Because after that, the Hindus of this country can be taken for granted. So this is nothing new to me. This is I'm not at all surprised that the Kerala government is doing what it's doing at this point in time.
Also, surprisingly, Madhuvanti, not many people understand it, perhaps that nuance that in Kerala, the left is the Hindu party, it's the Congress which is the Muslim party. And that's going to be a conversation going forward. But coming to a breaking from your state, Madhuvanti and Mr. Subramaniam, stay with us. Interesting there that while all parties are focusing on vote banks of community types, This is TVK making that big announcement there, cashing in on the present crisis of LPG, it seems, Shivam. Let's break that story first.
Yeah, they have decided to distribute cookers, electric cookers, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, electric cookers, they want to distribute electric cookers just because of they want to cash into this LPG shortage, though the government has confirmed there is no shortage. Now, TVK distributes electric cookers to auto drivers. Now, TVK steps up campaign ahead of the polls. Now, this is very big. Now, TVK wants to make a mark and show that, yeah, we are also there and we are also making a mark. TVK using the opportunity of LPG gas crisis. Now, this as a step, they are going to, they have distributed electric cookers. Now, Sharda is with us for more details. Sharda, if you can put this into perspective and share more details. Electric cookers being distributed by the TVK.
Well, as you see, the current scenario in the state of Tamil Nadu, especially with the commercial hotels declining and also domestic, wise though the state government has announced that need not be panicked, but multiple, especially the female home runners have run to gas counters asking for new gas cylinders because the gas cylinders are empty. Using this opportunity, TVK cashed on yesterday evening and distributed 252 electric cookers because there is a shortage of gas cylinders, and these 252 electric cookers were given to the people in T Nagar constituency, where TVK's party General Secretary N. Anand has a huge amount of understanding that he might be standing in that constituency. He might be nominating himself from that constituency. Have targeted T Nagar and distributed 250 electric cookers, especially for the auto rickshaw drivers. Following that, it's not just a TVK that's cashing on in this policy. Just before the elections announcement, we saw the DMK giving 5,000 to 1 crore women in the family, which is the promise done by the DMK in the manifesto in 2021. And if you remember, just days before, AIADMK announced 15 poll promises, 5 on each special day, and all these 15 were monetary benefits for the people of Tamil Nadu, while DMK and ADMK are cashing on the monetary policies as welfare schemes for the state. TVK is now trying to use the LPG crisis and bidding themselves, because though they promised 8 different plans for women, and that was announced on Women's Day by TVK leader Vijay, there's also a question if only if the party comes to power, these manifestos will become true. But however, as before the poll promise can be done, they're using this particular opportunity to cash in, this particular opportunity to make sure that at least they providing electric cookers to these people would bring in the particular constituency people turn their eye towards TVK, which is a third party apart from the 2 major leading parties, which has been fighting in the last 50 years. I mean, anybody who knows Tamil Nadu's politics understands that the DMK and the ADMK have been the 2 single-shot parties, have been fighting for so many years, and it's only secondary parties and alliance that's been there, and now it's either NDA and India alliance in place, but still DMK and ADMK holds a stronghold. And this brings in a question whether TVK will play a tertiary party in fighting these elections or not. And this announcement comes in a crucial time where Vijay is in Delhi for the CBI inquiry. If you remember the Karur stampede back from September 27, 2025, 41 lives were lost, and today there's talks in the CBI that the final charge sheet will be filed after Vijay's statement today.
Okay, Sharda, you know, suddenly it seems everyone is getting smarter, and they believe that they can really woo the voters only in this manner. So be it 5,000 rupees of Stalin or 500 bucks of Mamata Banerjee, or in this case electric cookers because there is an LPG crisis by the TVK of Vijay. Mr. Subramaniam, your comments on this. I mean, while Vijay is likely to be the third front or the X factor in Tamil Nadu polls this time, and you believe that he's perhaps a little better prepared than the opposition, this move seems like very smart in terms of its timing.
No, they are not thought about the purpose of LPG. Okay, purpose of LPG is to cook rice, and as well as you need the other ingredients, right? You need a sambar and other stuff, right? Curries and all, right? So electric cookers, I think they can do only the rice cooking, if you ask me. So what about the other stuff which are mainly required as a side dish for the main menu? So then they didn't thought about it. If they're smart, probably they should have given the induction stove along with some induction utensils. That's what I'm expecting from the political parties. So just for sake of giving, like DMK giving rupees 3,000, as I know that Magalir Urimai Toga is in advance, and as well as 2,000 rupees as the summer incentive. Okay, typically these guys also giving. Okay, but TVK, how long they can give or justify? Because I think TVK is not having a large base or large corpus of providing all these freebies, right? So DMK is having the government's fund. I think they are not worried about borrowing it and giving it to the people. People know that it is only by borrowing they are giving it. Because if you recall that 5,000 rupees they gave it on February 13th, immediately on February 14th, they announced in the newspaper calling for tender for they issued the bonds, the government bonds at the rate of 7.5% as interest, and borrowed 4,000 crores. So 4,000 crores you borrowed and you gave the money to 5,000 crores to the people. Because that 3,000 rupees, the Magalir Urimai, the money given to the ladies, it's already budgeted as a borrowing in the last year fiscal budget. So whatever the money they spent extra, about 3,900 crores, has been borrowed from the people and given to the people. Okay, so we don't need a big political strategist or good politician to do all these things. Anybody can do it actually. So similarly, TVK is also following the same path what the Stalin is also doing, but people are not going to get carried away by this. I think people are very smart. They know that Tamil Nadu has reached about 10.5 lakh crore debt, okay, by 2026, March 2026. And if DMKs, I don't wish that they will come back to power. Somehow if they come back to power, Tamil Nadu will reach 20 lakh crore debt by 2031. If we don't arrest leakages in the government and reduce the expenses, if they're going to borrow again, and Tamil Nadu will be at 20 lakh crore.
Right.
I think all the governments, just for the sake of election, they're announcing this. I think people are shrewd enough because of the media awareness now it's going on across India. I think people will give them back in 2026 election by removing them from the power.
Right. Mr. Subramanian, since you have made the conversation so appetizing, mentioning Sambar, etc., I would say if politicians are being smart, people can be smarter. So they can take cash from the DMK, they can take a pressure cooker or the electric cooker rather from the TVK, they can take Sambar masala from the AIA DMK and still decide where the fiscal bread can be buttered. And I think on that note, we have another breaking. Shivam,
yeah, definitely take it from everybody, but choose your leader wisely. That's the thing. That's what the voters should do, and they do that also. Another big breaking coming in from West Bengal. Now, this is Mamata Banerjee again. Mamata Banerjee to cut tickets of 30% sitting MLAs in this election. Now, this decision will be taken after IPAC, the same IPAC, who advised the Chief Minister to field more tribal, women and spiritual contenders in this election to maintain the trust on the government in this light development and cultural project for SC/ST community of Kora, Dom, Kumbhakar, Munda was also announced. So this is a very big development. Harsha is also live with us. Harsha, I want your comment on this. I think that Mamata Banerjee is targeting the North Bengal region when she's deciding to cut the tickets of 30% to MLAs and also focusing more on the tribal belt, on women and spiritual contenders. Is this focus on the North Bengal region this time? Harsha?
And majorly, it's a focus on the people who have been deprived of all the development, infrastructure development and other sort of development in the state of West Bengal. If you see the region of the Bakura, the region of the Purulia, and also the several regions in North Bengal, we have the tea plantation tribals, we have the tribals, the Totus and the other communities like Dom, Kumbhakar, Mandu. We have so many communities over there who have been deprived of all the development in the state of West Bengal. Now Mamata Banerjee is targeting them because she very well knows this election is not going to be as easy for her as a free cakewalk as it was in the year of 2021, and that is the reason why she will be cutting this time the tickets of almost 25 to 30% sitting MLAs. And also what has been advised by IPAC to Mamata Banerjee is that she should field more women voters, contenders from the tribal community, contenders from the social class and the communities who are socially active, the people who are socially active in the society. Those should be fielded and be given tickets this time, because this time the stake is very high, not only in the region of North Bengal but in the region of the Eastern Bengal as well. If we talk about the Malda Murshidabad area, or if we talk about the southern Calcutta region, or if we talk about the East Dinajpur and the region of the Howrah-Hooghly region, everywhere she very well knows that the dent from several parties will affect her vote bank, and therefore she's targeting the vote bank which is not targeted yet, and that's the strategy which IPAC, the election campaign committee of Mamata Banerjee, has decided this time for the chief minister, and we have been expecting that after the first round of meeting of Mamata Banerjee with her election campaign committee, she'll be announcing the leaders who should be announcing she'll be fielding the contenders who are mostly from this belt and this community soon once the elections are announced. Back to you.
Definitely, definitely. So this comes as a change in strategy, Abhishek, because it's not the same election every time. You have to rethink, re-innovate every time you go to an election, a new election. What's your take on this?
Well, obviously, but you know, in the case of IPAC, it's an agency under investigation, and it's a body under investigation. And remember those pictures. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us. I believe you have to go. You can go for those briefings. We have more breakings, and we are going to focus on them. We have more graphic elements telling people and our viewers what's lined up next. Let me go to Mr. Subramaniam. Mr. Subramaniam, when we were discussing last, the smarter people deciding what to take from whom and then ultimately make a call. You raised your finger, you wanted to say something, you had to add something to that.
Yeah, see, in 2011, if you see, when Karunanidhi was in power, that is Stalin's father was in power, so he announced it, just like that, what Mamata is doing today. He announced about 3% sales tax reduction on our petrol and diesel in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so people were sure enough, they got those benefits. But 2011, they removed Karunanidhi from the political power. So next 10 years, they couldn't come. Okay, till 2021, ADMK was ruling that. So people are, I think, they are getting knowledge day by day, and they know that whatever the benefits they are going to get, it should be directly improve their daily income or their employment. If the employment is not increased or the industries are not going to come, it's only by giving a poor cash in their hand. I think these political parties are not going to gain power. So that is what the message we are getting it. I think in the past 6 elections, about 4 elections, wherever they announced freebies, those parties, they are not come back to the power. So barring 2 instances where anti-incumbency was not there. But predominantly in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, you see the anti-incumbency is there. It's dead against the current ruling governments. That is why they are worried. They are actually in the last 24th hour, they are giving the freebies so that at least they can get deposits from the constituencies wherever they are going to contest.
If you go by the number of times that the present government has been in power, so in the case of Bengal, this Mamata government completes 3 terms. In the case of Kerala, interestingly, it's generally a swing state, but the Pinarayi government completes 2 terms. In the case of Tamil Nadu, of course, they have just done 1 term. But before that, interestingly, AIADMK had gotten 2 terms. So if you look at the anti-incumbency chart, maybe some against Mamata, maybe some against Pinarayi. You are saying you are confident that there is anti-incumbency against Stalin, but I don't know whether the opposition is strong enough to really seize the moment. Obviously, consolidation phase for Himanta does not look like there is anti-incumbency, because even though BJP has had 2 terms, Himanta has had 1 term, very visibly visible term there as the Chief Minister of Assam. So what are we looking at? I mean, why are you saying that there is an anti-incumbency against Stalin? There might be, but is the opposition really prepared to seize the moment?
The history of Tamil Nadu says, so the DMK has not come back to the power, second term. So that means whenever they come to power, before they come to power, they promise something. They say that they will do a hell of a lot of things. They bring employment opportunities. They bring industrial investments. But after they come back to power, so they forget everything. So they focus only on their wealth creation. So the minister's wealth creation, the first family wealth creation. So they'll be focusing on that. Just after 4 years, 4.5 years, they'll be thinking about people and announcing a lot of freebies. And whenever they issue the manifesto, like in the 2021, when they issued the manifesto, they said about 505 election promises they are given. But nothing they implemented, hardly 15%. I can count on that. even that 1,000 rupees freebies to the the ladies. Okay, they announced after 28 months. Okay, 2021 May 2021 they came to power. They announced it in September 2023, or they implemented in September 2023. That too, because we had a by-election in February 2023. The one single seat where the earlier politician EVKS Ilangovan's son died, okay, due to some heart attack. So the by-election came in February 2023. Because to win that one election, because the anti-incumbency was started setting in there itself. So to avoid that, he announced that scheme, 1,000 rupees freebie scheme to the ladies. So they implemented in September 2023. Okay. So even after 28 months, okay, they are not able to fulfill any of the promises. Now they announced 5,000 rupees. Okay. So I think information has been prepared and consolidated and presented to all the people, including the Patali Makkal Katchi, Mr. Anbumani Ramadas. He has prepared about 60 pages book where he is categorically saying that which sector, how many number of promises he has given, how many number of promises he has implemented. Okay. He says about 69 promises only implemented. Okay. Out of 512, which is about 12.94% precisely. And they're not thinking about any law and or situation. One sitting judge, he gave the judgment saying that because of this lockup death, he has criticized, or he has noted in the judgment saying that only the restrooms in the lockups are slippery, which means the accidents or incidents happening within the lockup is creating a lot of deaths in the lockups, which the government is not ready to take action.
You know, Mr. Subramaniam, one very big factor this election is going to be the SIR and the kind of number of votes that have got cut or removed or deleted or whatever you say. And that's going to have an impact, make no mistake. And that's why I think there is this some trepidation among those parties who do not generally trust opposition. But we'll come to that. Before that, I think Shivam has a question for Sharda on the ground there in Chennai.
Sharda, if you can share the public sentiments and also the issues that concerns the citizens, the locals in that region, and also will the anti-incumbency factor play an important role this time? Sharda.
Well, every time in Tamil Nadu, after 4.5, the ruling party always ends up at anti-incumbency. It is only once in the last 50 years that the AIADMK came back to power for the second time, which is in 2016 when Jayalalitha was the chief ministerial candidate. But after that, every DMK
ending at a point of anti-incumbency. But the question right now that stays in the ground of Tamil Nadu is, will DMK come back to power? And after the election announcement, there's one thing that's very important that Tamil Nadu needs to look at is this particular Kharg stampede, the charge sheet which will be filed by the CBI, because after today on 17th, the DMK MLA Sendil Balaji, whom the TDK had been pointing out as the prime suspect of this particular thing, accusing the DMK of what happened in Kharg, 17th, he's been called by the CBI and summoned by the CBI for questioning. So it is only after the CBI charge sheet we can actually tell whether it is the drawback of the DMK or the TVK. And on the other side, we have NDA, which is led by the AIADMK. While DMK has already decided what the seat sharing would be, AIADMK and the BJP self is yet to decide whether there's a coalition government or not, or whether there'll be power sharing, what is the seat sharing process. It's all incomplete. So after today, 4 p.m. when the election dates are announced.
What's the possible future for TVK, especially when he's being questioned as we speak by the CBI? All right, we have another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and it is about SIR. And this is from Akhilesh. The Election Commission has faced questions several times. This comes from him, Akhilesh Yadav's remarks before EC briefing. He says the Election Commission has faced questions several times, whether it's the discrimination over SIR or how the government looted votes in the by-election. These are his words. In the by-elections, numerous questions have arisen. Now, therefore, as the Election Commission is about to announce elections in several states today, the Election Commission should assure that there will be a fair election and there will be no discrimination against anyone, anywhere. And this is a constitutional body, and it is their responsibility that no questions are raised about their credibility. Now, this comes from SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who is questioning the Election Commission even before the press conference has started. And he said that EC should assure that it will be a fair election, Abhishek.
All right, let's...
How much fairer should it be?
Let's try to understand what these jitters are about. Let me take this to Mr. Subramaniam. We were having this conversation, Mr. Subramaniam, about the opposition or the parties that are maybe ruling in the states but are in opposition to the centre, not trusting this exercise of SIR, and now Akhilesh Yadav making it so apparent. Just ahead of Election Commission's announcement of poll dates, Akhilesh Yadav making this statement, doubting the integrity of the Election Commission yet again, despite all clear from the topmost court of the country.
See, with regard to SIR, okay, I would like to quote from my own example. So we moved from one constituency to the other constituency. In my family, there were 4 voters. Okay, my father is no more, so his name has been removed from the voters list. And my name, my wife, and my mother, all the 3 names have been restored. So we are given the correct documents, Aadhaar-based documents, everything. It has been restored. That's why if you see in Tamil Nadu, there is no noise at all by M.K. Stalin, the CM. He's one of the key partner in INDA alliance, right? Only the West Bengal, madam is creating a lot of noise. You know the reasons behind that. So she has got a lot of votes, fake votes in the past, okay, from infiltrators. So which we are trying to arrest. I think the BJP government has put a lot of conditions, and that's why the SIR has been brought in. They are given a lot of evidences. You can give whatever the documents you are having to prove that you are residing in this area, okay? And they are relaxing a lot of conditions. I think we are able to see significant duplicate votes and voters who are not anymore due to the death or the migrated to some other countries. So the real person who are going to be there here are eligible to vote. Everybody's name has been registered in the voters list now. I think the only Rahul Gandhi was taking it in the parliament because, in each and every parliament session, he will bring new issue so that he will be the talking point.
Oh, Madhuvanti was there. Madhuvanti, just stay with us. I'm coming back to you on the other side of a very short, quick break. Then we, of course, build up to that big announcement of poll dates and phases by the Election Commission.
Yeah. Just a short commercial break, don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Election Commission to announce poll dates for Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala and Puducherry in a short while, in a few minutes. Coming up.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अनुसरण हो गया। तुमचा कुणाल गेला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा।
All right, very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I have Abhishek with me, and we will be analyzing. First of all, the PC, the press conference, is about to start, and the poll dates for 4 states and 1 union territory will be announced very shortly. Abhishek.
Well, as it happens, I believe the election commissioners are arriving, but you know what to expect. First up, the dates, then the phases, then the arrangements and booths, the deployment, security situation, etc. But typically how it happens that the EC takes it in the reverse order. First they make the announcement of arrangements, booths, deployments, any novelty, anything new they are trying, and then they talk about phases and dates towards the last. This is going to go on for about an hour. Interesting briefing there by the Election Commission, as it happens before every election. This is the first election after the SIR in these states, including a special one that happened in Assam. This is the first election happening after delimitation in Assam. This is an election which is for the first time insofar as impact of Bangladesh on Bengal and Assam is concerned. Live pictures coming in. The Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar taking over the mics.
Before we start, may I request you to keep your mobile phones on mute mode, please. I welcome you all to the press conference of the Election Commission of India as we gather here for the announcement of poll dates for the general elections to the legislative assemblies of Assam, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal. We have amongst us the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner, Shri Ganesh Kumar Sir, Honorable Election Commissioner, Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu Sir, Honorable Election Commissioner, Dr. Vivek Joshi Sir, Senior DECs, Shri Manish Garg, Shri Ganesh Bharti, Dr. Pawan Kumar Sharma, DEC, Shri Bhanu Prakash Yaturu, and DG IT, Dr. Seema Khanna. Now may I request the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner, Shri Ganesh Kumar Sir, to share his thoughts with you and announce the dates of polling. Sir.
My dear electors of Assam, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, during the past few days, the Commission visited all the poll-bound states for reviewing the preparedness for the ensuing assembly elections. During these visits, the Commission met all the recognized political parties and received their suggestions. The Commission also met the district electoral officers, the SPs, the IGs, the DIGs, and nodal officers of all the enforcement agencies. The Commission also had meetings with the chief electoral officers, chief secretaries and DGPs of the respective states and union territories. The Commission also facilitated the BLOs for doing an excellent work for the SIR. The Commission also interacted with the young and first-time voters and also our sweep icons who are engaged in voter awareness activities. As all of you are aware, these 5 states and UTs represent distinct geographical and cultural landscapes of India. These elections represent not only a democratic exercise, but also the cultural richness of India and truly reflect the unity and diversity of our nation. Pure electoral rolls are the bedrock of any democracy. With this objective, the special intensive revision is being conducted as per Article 326 of the Constitution to ensure that no illegible elector is left out, while no ineligible person is included in the electoral rolls. I congratulate all the booth level officers, assistant electoral registration officers, district election officers, and all election officials who were involved in this work for ensuring its smooth conduct and completion. It has been a massive democratic exercise. Around 17.4 crore electors are going to participate in these elections, an exercise of continental scale and proportionality. To give you a feel of numbers, 17.4 crore electors roughly also comprise the continent of Australia, France, South Africa, Germany, and Canada. We will also see our guests from more than 20 countries from their electoral commissions who will be visiting these elections for witnessing the festive celebrations, the transparent and efficient celebrations of elections in India. The Commission, along with lakhs of election officials and security personnel, is committed for ensuring free, fair, transparent, accessible, and peaceful elections. Election Commission of India is also prepared to welcome each and every voter to their polling stations and provide them with a pleasant and comfortable voting experience. I would also like to make a special appeal to our youth and the first-time voters. My dear friends, you are about to step into one of the most important responsibilities of your life, exercising your democratic right, the right to vote. I urge you to participate enthusiastically in this great democratic exercise and cast your vote with pride, responsibility, and confidence. Your vote is your choice in shaping the future of your state and the nation. Elections in India are the festival of democracy. Chunav ka parv, hum sab ka garv. This festival of democracy belongs to every citizen, every elector of India. Before announcing the schedule of elections, I would like to present before you a brief PPT which will entail the details of these coming elections. The festival of elections, our pride, is going to be held in the state of Assam, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. The total electors are 17.4 crores, and the assembly constituencies are 824. The number of polling stations is roughly 2.19 lakhs, and the electoral machinery would consist of roughly 25 lakh personnel. To give you an overview, the end of term of Assam Assembly is on 20th of May, Kerala 23rd of May, Puducherry 15th of June, Tamil Nadu 10th of May, and West Bengal 7th of May. To give you a little overview of the electors, Assam, as per the final list, would be roughly 2.5 crores, Kerala 2.7 crores, Puducherry 9.44 lakhs, Tamil Nadu 5.67 crores, and West Bengal, the final list on 20th February comprises of 6.44 crores, and the learned judges, after their adjudication, whatever supplementary list comes, they shall be added. To give you a feel of the category of our electors, we have more than 100 years of age centenarians in Assam, Kerala, even Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal. The 85 plus years of age electors are also good in number. Our Divyang Bhai and Bhai Behan, the first time electors, the electors from 20 to 29 years of age, and service electors. These are statistics which will be circulated to you. A total number of 2.18 lakh polling stations shall be set up. Majority of them will be in rural areas. Average per elector is between 750 to 850, less than 900 in any case. The model polling stations will be set up in all the states and UTs, and there will be specially women-managed polling stations. Webcasting shall be 100% in all the polling stations, and there will be Divyang brothers and sisters managed polling stations as well. The electoral exercise in India is one of the largest and most unique exercise in the world. For example, in Assam, the polling teams undertake arduous journey of 50 to 60 kilometers from Majuli via ferry and road, cross Brahmaputra River, and finally reach the remote Dhanegana polling station where 248 electors are there, and they reach there by tractor in the end. Similarly, in Kerala, Edamalgudi has around 693 electors, a tribal area of Idukki district, where the polling officials reach by completing 30 kilometers of journey through rugged off-road terrain by specified vehicles and followed by 8-kilometer trek by foot. Similarly, in Assam, West Bengal, in Alipurduar district, polling teams trek through the Baksa Tiger Reserve Hills to reach the polling booths of 759 electors. And similarly, in Tamil Nadu, Varusanad Hills, in Theni district, polling officers travel 3 hours across difficult terrain to reach 5 electors. Puducherry also, in its Chidambaram Pillai schools, once a French colony, was designated model polling stations, which has 2 polling stations of 722 and 651 electors. A total of 25 lakh election officials shall be deployed across 5 states and union territory, out of which 15 lakhs will be polling personnel, 8.5 lakh security personnel, 49,000 micro-observers, 1,444 observers, 40,000 counting officials, 21,000 sector officers, and 15,000 micro-observers for counting as well. The voter awareness campaign has progressed well, the maximum of which came through the special intensive revision enumeration forms. Apart from that, the Election Commission itself, the Chief Electoral Officers and our sweep icons have penetrated deep with the substantial range and depth to reach each and every voter. For EVM awareness, various camps have been organized at the district level and even at the returning officers level to ensure that the transparency, the efficiency, and the information dissemination regarding these transparent electronic voting machines reaches the grassroots. The EVM awareness is Assam, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal. More than 717 demonstrations centers were set up. Polling stations through mobile distribution vans were set up. People participated in EVM awareness, which is roughly more than 28 lakhs. And people who tried mock polls also, the hands-on on EVMs were more than 25 lakhs. In order to ensure a pleasant voting experience, the Election Commission has issued directions that in every polling stations there shall be provisions for drinking water, toilets, signages, ramps, wheelchairs with volunteers, help desks, voter facilitation centers, sufficient lighting inside the voting compartment with adequate shade shall be there in all the polling stations. Special care shall be taken for all our respected senior citizens and Divyangjan. The polling station shall be on the ground floor. There shall be ramps. They have priority in voting. For seating arrangements, special benches shall be put up. They can also apply for home voting, and sufficient transport facility also will be available to our respected senior citizens and persons with disabilities. During the recent 12 months, the Election Commission of India has taken more than 30 new initiatives to ensure that elections are more transparent. The experience to the electors is much more pleasant, and all the stakeholders get all the necessary information as soon as possible. The first one of them has been the special intensive revision, which ensures, in accordance with Article 326 of the Constitution, that no eligible voter shall be excluded, while at the same time no ineligible person should be included. Amongst the new initiatives, just outside the gate of the polling station, an elector can go, deposit his or her mobile, go and vote inside and come out and collect the mobile and go back. In order to identify the candidate to whom the elector wants to select, there shall be colored photograph of all the candidates on the EVMs. In order to ensure that there are no long queues, not more than 1,200 electors shall be there in any polling station. The candidate booths can be set up just outside 100 meters of the polling station, and the voter information slip will have a clear number mentioning the voter's polling station, its number, and his part and serial number. Amongst the other new initiatives, one major initiative has been that all the applications of Election Commission of India now are under one app which is applicable on mobile, available on mobile, and it is called as ECI Net. All the necessary information across all the stakeholders is available, whether it is your EPIC card, whether it is your polling station, whether it is about the candidate, whether it is about the affidavits of the candidate, whether it is about the progress of polling which is taking place, or whether it is about counting. There shall be 100% webcasting to ensure transparency in each and every polling station. The presiding officers of every polling station shall input the number of votes cast after every 2 hours to ensure that voting percentages which are being relayed through the media to the public at large is by and large accurate. And at end of the poll, whatever the figures are there in 17C, accordingly the percentage is also displayed without any further delay. All the booth level officers have been given identity cards so that our electors and the households can identify them easily. And since our electoral staff has been working very hard, their remunerations were also increased. ECI Night, as I mentioned, will be containing all the 40 different applications integrated in a seamless manner. In another initiative to enhance transparency, the postal ballots will be counted 2 rounds before the EVMs. Similarly, all the statistics relating to the elections shall be available through ECI Net itself within 72 hours of counting being over. In case of any difference because of typographical errors between 17C, which is given at the polling stations, to all the polling agents who are present, and the EVM count, if there is a difference, the VVPATs of that EVM shall mandatorily be counted. Similarly, after the counting is over, the losing candidate can prefer, after prescribed payment of fee, checking of the EVM along with VVPAT counting. In order to ensure that the entire process is done similarly at all the polling stations, a gigantic training effort has been undertaken by the Election Commission of India by training officers right down to booth level officers by the Commission itself. The booth level agents were also trained, of course the police officers, the DEOs, the communication officers, and this capacity building exercise had been piloted by India International Institute for Democracy and Election Management, IIIDM, which is run by the Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India also trains officers of more than 100 countries concurrently. In order to have a substantial dialogue and engagement with the stakeholders, the Commission adopted a consultative and collaborative approach by which more than 4,700 all-party meetings were held by all the returning officers, DEOs and CEOs of this country. Similarly, the Election Commission of India also invited all the national and state level political parties to have such meetings, and more than 28 such meetings have already taken place. There has been national conference with legal councils and interactions with field level beneficiaries, that is booth level officers, EROs, DEOs during the state visits. There have been other host of new initiatives which have been mentioned here, totaling to number 30. These slides will be there, and the Commission has been extremely proactive, transparent, efficient and consultative in its approach to ensure that the experience of election is much, much more pleasant to our prime stakeholder, that is the elector. Considering that India has been the mother of democracies and the largest of them all, with the most transparent elections taking place, the international idea is now currently being chaired by India. We also held an international conference with more than 70 countries. Next. Where the chief electoral officers from those countries has participated recently. Commission had review visits to all these 5 states/UT and met all the officers, as I had mentioned earlier, including our foot soldiers, that is our booth level officers. Clear directions have been issued to all the enforcement agencies, nearly 24 of them, that elections in these states and UT shall be inducement-free and violence-free. Directions have been issued to the collectors and the SPs that they have to act with complete impartiality and enforce the rule of law. The observers which will be visiting the states, their details should be made public, and any fake news on social media should be strictly monitored and necessary action taken. Shall we move to the poll shilling announcements now? Next. All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam, the polling shall be just in one phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May. All 140 assembly constituencies of Kerala shall also go for polling on 9th April, that is Thursday, and counting shall be on the same day, that is 4th May 2026. Puducherry also will go along with Assam and Kerala. The date of poll is 9th April and the counting will be 4th of May. Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, all 234 assembly constituencies will go for poll on 23rd of April in one phase, and the counting shall be on the same day for all the 5 states/UT, that is 4th of May 2026. West Bengal. West Bengal, the 294 assembly constituencies, the polling shall be held in 2 phases. In the first phase, 152, and the second phase, 142. The date of poll shall be 23rd of April and 29th of April, and the counting shall be together for all, that is 4th of May 2026. There will be 8 by-elections also, that is Goa, Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Nagaland and Tripura. The name of the constituencies are mentioned here and the reasons, which will be circulated to you. And the schedule would be that the assembly constituencies for Goa, Karnataka, Nagaland and Tripura will be held, the polling will be held on 9th of April, and for the assembly constituencies of Gujarat and Maharashtra on 23rd. The counting shall be on 4th of May for all the cases. Thank you.
Now we shall begin with the question answer session. I'll request all of you to introduce yourselves and your organization before you ask the question. I'll also request you to ask one question per person and kindly do not repeat the questions. We shall be taking questions in groups of 5, after which the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner shall respond to that, and then we go on to the next round of questions. 6, 40, 94, 25.
Hello.
3.
जी, मेरा सवाल है एबीपी न्यूज से मैं मोहित दुबे हूं सर, सामने 40 नंबर। सर मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि पिछली बार पश्चिम बंगाल विधानसभा चुनाव 8 चरणों में कराया गया था और इस बार आप 2 चरणों में करवाने जा रहे हैं। इसके पीछे क्या रीजन है? क्या आपने ऐसी तैयारी कर ली कि 2 ही चरणों में आप करवाने जा रहे हैं? और एक इसी से संबंधित दूसरा सवाल है कि तमाम विपक्षी दल जो हैं, अपोजिशन जो हैं, वो आप पे निशाना साधते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आप पे आरोप ये लगाते हैं कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, तो उन विपक्षी दलों को आप क्या जवाब देंगे? और आप इकलौते मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त हैं जिसके खिलाफ लोकसभा राज्यसभा में महाभियोग का नोटिस भी दिया गया है, तो आप जो नोटिस दिया गया है उसको लेकर आप क्या जवाब देंगे? थैंक यू।
Sir, this side Harsha from Republic TV. Sir, my first question, sir, earlier this week you had sought the list of police officials during whose presence the post-poll violence took place in the year 2021 in West Bengal. So what's the status of it? And sir, whether those police officials will be deployed in the polling state in West Bengal during election or not? So second one, so when can we expect the supplementary list? Sir, already 15 lakh have been disposed from the adjudication list. When can we expect the supplementary list?
नीरज सर, नीरज हूँ न्यूज 18 इंडिया से। हमारा सवाल यह है कि मैं उसी को आगे सवाल बढ़ा रहा हूँ जो महाभियोग को लेकर नोटिस दिया गया है संसद में, और ऐसे वक्त में 5 राज्यों के विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा भी हो रही है। बंगाल में टीएमसी की तरफ से सवाल ज्यादा खड़े किए गए हाल के दिनों में, तो ऐसे तमाम विपक्षी दल जिन्होंने नोटिस दिया है उनके लिए आपका क्या मैसेज है? क्योंकि चुनाव की प्रक्रिया में आप खुद कहते हैं कि फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन होंगे, तो विपक्ष के लोगों को क्या कहेंगे?
सर, मैं अश्विन कुमार सिंह एनडीटीवी से। सर, आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने से कुछ देर पहले बंगाल की सरकार ने 500 रुपए का मानदेय बढ़ाया पुजारियों और मुआजिनों के लिए, और साथ ही डीए भी बढ़ाया गया है। तो क्या ये मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लागू हो एक तरीके से आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के 30 मिनट पहले किया गया, तो क्या कमीशन इस पर कुछ विचार करेगा?
So, first of all, I'd like to make clear that the model code of conduct is applicable from now onwards. So actions taken prior to model code of conduct is the prerogative of the concerned government. But now onwards, the model code of conduct shall be applicable. With regards to the West Bengal elections to be held in 2 phases instead of 8 phases earlier, the Commission has held detailed deliberations, and in its considered opinion, it was found necessary to reduce the number of phases and bring it down to an extent where it is convenient for everybody. With regards to the police officers who were involved in the violence in earlier elections, the list has been sort of, as is known to the media during our visit to the West Bengal, and necessary action as per law shall be taken. With regards to the supplementary list, as per the orders of the Honorable Supreme Court, the learned judges working under the directions of the Honorable High Court of Calcutta would be bringing out this supplementary list. And as and when the supplementary list, the names are coming out, they shall be included in addition to the existing electors. With regards to some other questions, I would like to make it clear that elections in all these 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry shall be violence-free and inducement-free. Commission will take strict action if anything to the contrary is noticed or reported.
39, 42.
Hi, sir.
56, पीछे दीजिए, 56.
सर, मनोहर केसरी, न्यूज एक्स और इंडिया न्यूज से सर। सर, लगातार आरोप लगते रहे हैं, चाहे एसआईआर को लेकर के भी ममता बनर्जी भी लगातार प्रोटेस्ट पे बैठी रही, और ये कहा जा रहा है कि एसआईआर जो हुआ है उन लोगों का नाम हटा दिए गए जहां टीएमसी के ज्यादा वोटर्स थे। तो किस तरह से ट्रस्ट आप लोग डेवलप कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि लगातार इस तरह से अपोजिशन की ओर से आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। और दूसरा है कि चुनाव आयोग को कहा जा रहा है टीएमसी की ओर से कि संवैधानिकता का पालन नहीं किया जा रहा है, असंवैधानिक है, और जब मीटिंग में जाते हैं हमारे साथ व्यवहार अच्छा नहीं होता है, क्या कहेंगे?
Sir, Venkataraman from Dinamala from Tamil Nadu. So now the trend has come that before the election date announcement, the government's offering money. The Bihar, before assembly election, 10,000 rupees was offered to the voters. Now, followed by Tamil Nadu has announced 5,000 rupees. Does the Election Commission has any plan to prevent this kind of activities, number one? Due to freebies, most of the state government become a bankruptcy. Whether the Election Commission got to know the facts that what kind of action is going to be taken by the Election Commission of India. 3, during TN session time.
Sir, please restrict yourself to one question.
Only the last question. During the TN session time, the Election Commission was considered to be one of the best commission. Now, when are we going to see the same kind of opinion from the public?
सर गौरव
इधर
श्रीवास्तव
42
सर गौरव श्रीवास्तव टाइम्स नाउ भारत से
गौरव जी आई एम कमिंग टू यू जस्ट
ओके सर प्रशांत देव सर न्यूज 24 से मेरा सवाल एक ही सवाल है दो तरीके का कि आपने पश्चिम बंगाल में खास करके समीक्षा बैठक की है सभी पार्टियों से मिलकर के कानून व्यवस्था आपको क्या फीडबैक मिला कि कितनी स्थिति वहां पे अच्छी है खराब है दूसरा कि अब अनाउंसमेंट करने के बाद आप कितने मुतमईन हैं कि आप फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन कराएंगे पश्चिम बंगाल में क्या मैकेनिज्म आपने डेवलप किया है उसके लिए
गौरव जी
सर गौरव टाइम्स नाउ भारत से इधर सर सर सवाल यह है कि पहली बार एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया जो कि सोली केंद्रीय चुनाव आयोग के क्षेत्राधिकार में उसमें अदालतों की भूमिका लोगों की मतदाता पात्रता को तय करने के लिए ली गई क्या आने वाले राज्य जहां पर एसआईआर होना है और जहां पर पेंडेंसी बाकी रहेगी क्या इसी तरह का एक जो कस्टम है वो शुरू होगा या एक इसे किस तरह से आप देखते हैं दूसरा सवाल सर ये है कि पश्चिम बंगाल को लेकर जब आपने बैठक की थी तो ये जानकारी आई कि राजनीतिक हिंसा को लेकर जो है खासतौर पर लगाम लगाई जाएगी क्या कुछ आइडेंटिफाई हो सका है कि किन राजनीतिक दलों की तरफ से सबसे ज्यादा राजनीतिक हिंसा का इतिहास रहा है और सबसे ज्यादा दिक्कतें रही हैं उसको लेकर क्या एक्शन लिया जाएगा
संजय शर्मा हूं आज तक से मेरा सवाल भी गौरव के सवाल को आगे बढ़ाने वाला है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में पिछली बार 8 चरणों में चुनाव हुए लेकिन हिंसा मुक्त रहे अधिकतर इस बार 2 चरणों में हो रहे हैं लेकिन वहां बड़ी समस्या चुनावी हिंसा से ज्यादा चुनाव के बाद की हिंसा है उससे निपटने के लिए कोई खास इंतजाम या फिर उसे उसमें कैसे करेंगे
सर
भारत के संविधान का अनुच्छेद 326 द आर्टिकल 326 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया चुनाव आयोग को ये संवैधानिक दायित्व देता है कि वो सिर्फ पात्र लोगों को ही सूची में रखें द इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया इज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली बाउंड बाय आर्टिकल 326 to include electors who are above 18 years of age, who are citizens of India, and who are staying in that assembly constituency to be in the electoral rolls. The Election Commission of India has been undertaking this responsibility in the form of special intensive revision with regards to the political statements by certain political leaders or political parties. The Commission does not wishes itself to engage in such dialogues. With regards to the decisions of certain governments, just before the Model Code of Conduct has come into force, I have already explained earlier that in a democratic setup, the state and central governments, in their own wisdom, can take any policy or any other decision which they feel is appropriate. But once the Model Code of Conduct comes into operation, any decision which affects the outcome of the elections or works in a way of inducement is not allowed, and the Model Code of Conduct has come into force just now. जहां तक चुनावी प्रक्रिया का सवाल है, elections in India are held as per the Constitution, the law, and the instructions. राजनीतिक हिंसा और चुनाव को प्रभावित करने वाले कोई भी इंड्यूसमेंट को चुनाव आयोग बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा और ऐसे करने वालों के खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होगी।
मैं
90
यस सर
92 इधर दीजिए 92 71
तिवारी दलेंस से हूँ। सर मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि पिछले सालों के चुनावों के दौरान इलेक्शन कमीशन ने आसाम के चीफ मिनिस्टर हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा के बयानों पर कई बार सो कॉज नोटिस दिया। हाल के दिनों में कई बार उनके बयान ऐसे आए हैं जिनसे एक समुदाय पर हमला जैसा लगता है। चुनाव के दौरान ऐसा न हो, इसकी यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आप क्या करने जा रहे हैं? एक चीज इसी से जुड़ा एक सवाल है, वहां के चीफ मिनिस्टर ने अभी कुछ दिन पहले कहा है कि कांग्रेस के 30 टिकट हम बांटेंगे, तो नैतिकता के तौर पे, चुनावी नैतिकता के तौर पे इसे आप कैसे देखते हैं?
Sir, I'm Gopi from INS. Here. Yeah. So, yesterday, Bengal's cabinet minister Shashi Panja's house was vandalized, as we are aware about that. So, just a question regarding safety and security, as well as what steps is the ECI taking to counter misinformation and deep fakes, which might go around during the campaign period?
Sir, Primangshu from Anandabajar Putrika. Sir, do you expect that all those cases under adjudication in West Bengal will get completed before the election? And if not, then what will happen to those voters?
37.
Hi, sir. Sir, hi. Moitri this side from Network 18. Sir, same question as Primangshuda. As of now, more than 50 lakhs of voters' names are included in adjudication list. Do you think that by 23rd, the list will be completed? As you clearly mentioned multiple times that no eligible voters should be out of the voter list. So then what would be the mechanism and what would be your submission to the Supreme Court to conclude this election? Thank you. Hi, sir.
Suchitra from News 18 here, out to your left. So there is a growing concern about voter turnout numbers, especially the last few elections, and there has been a delay, or the numbers has been deferred from the earlier estimates, raising a question about transparency of the commission. So would you care to comment on that?
Okay. चुनाव से पहले दिए गए वक्तव्य या फैसलों के ऊपर चुनाव आयोग का टिप्पणी करना ठीक नहीं होगा। इलेक्शंस नियम और कानून के तहत होते हैं और मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट अभी प्राबल्य में आया है, और इसके बाद अगर इस तरह की कोई घटना या वाकया होता है तो चुनाव आयोग उसका संज्ञान लेगा। जहां तक मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन और डीप फेक की बात है, हर स्टेट्स में जो हमारे नोडल ऑफिसर्स हैं वो उसको मॉनिटर करेंगे और उनके टेक डाउन या एफआईआर की व्यवस्था करेंगे। वोटर टर्नआउट की जहां तक बात है, पहले जो फॉर्म 17C के आंकड़े होते थे वो जब पोलिंग पार्टी कलेक्शन सेंटर पर आती थी तो उसके बाद भरे जाते थे। पारदर्शिता पहले भी थी, लेकिन अब द प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर शैल बी फिलिंग द नंबर ऑफ इलेक्टर्स इन अ पोलिंग स्टेशन बिफोर लीविंग द पोलिंग स्टेशन। Therefore, the time lag will be reduced and such suspicions will be moved out. As far as the list under adjudication is concerned, I have mentioned earlier that the learned judges are looking into case by case, and whichever cases are approved by them shall be included in the final electoral rolls by way of supplementary list in terms of the orders of the Honorable Supreme Court. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Kindly join us for tea in the atrium on your left.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्ड प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरण होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, चलो वो तेरा गाड़ी में चला। दे दो बड़ा दे दो क्या दे दो के चला हो 10 ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे भैया कहीं नहीं होते सिर्फ
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अनुसरण होगा तुम तो कुमार गिरा नीचे गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अनुसरण होगा
All right, welcome back, friends. That was a long 45-minute presser by the Election Commission in which the dates are announced, and dates are like this. The 4 states and 1 union territory, Assam, Kerala and Puducherry go to polls on April 9, all of them together. Tamil Nadu on April 23rd, and then Bengal on April 23rd and 29th. Results for all of them together on May 4. So it's going to be hashtag May 4 with Arnab. That's been announced now. And joining us in this broadcast to have a quick conversation over what these dates mean, what this means for Bengal, what this means for the people of these 4 states and 1 union territory, 17.4 crore of them. And let's introduce the guests. Shiva.
Yeah, we have an esteemed panel. We have our guests right now with us. Joining us, I would like to introduce all our guests who are with us at the moment. All right, we have Abhay Kumar, who is a psephologist, who is with us. We have Pankaj Sharma, who's joining from Delhi. We have Harish Mohammad Ibrahim, who's also joining us. Niladri Bhattacharya, who's also a political analyst. He's a pro-TMC analyst. He's also joining us live from Kolkata. Thanks a lot, everybody, for joining us. Now, the first question, everybody is concerned. I think we should start with the first question. It's about West Bengal. Everybody is concerned about the violence, not just about the pre-poll violence, mainly about the post-poll violence that happens. Niladri, our first question will be to you. What will be your take on the concern about the violence that happens in West Bengal?
See, West Bengal, this time the election is going to be a very heated one. The BJP is breathing down the neck of TMC. That's a fact for a fact. And the TMC is trying very hard to hold on to his horses and go for a straight 4th term. But as far as the violence is concerned, see, the pre-poll and the post-poll violence is the most important part. The Election Commission has already said that they're going to look into it. But what happens on the ground and what is being said from the press conference there's a great difference. Let's see how it happens. There are allegations in the last elections, but these elections, I hope that with the higher number of central forces being deployed, the violence would be a little bit less. See, violence is not good for anyone, be it the TMC or be it the BJP. Someone loses their life, it is not good. Someone is someone's brother, sister, father, mother. But let's see how the Election Commission plans to take control of this violence.
Trinamool would be very happy with just a 2-phase poll. Niladri, quick reaction before I go to others. Quick reaction, just 2-phase polls in Bengal. That's what Mamata wanted. That's what Trinamool wanted. And Trinamool can say, okay, fine, law and order seems in check. That's why the Election Commission has reduced the number of phases from 8 last time to 2 just now.
Abhishek, it's a very welcome step by the Election Commission. We've already maintained from the last 2-3 elections that 8 phases poll is a drain on the resources. Now, heeding to the advice and seeing the ground realities on the ground, I think it's a very good decision to have a 2-phase poll. But only one thing I need to say, when all the other states are having a single-phase poll, West Bengal has still been singled out in having a 2-phase poll. But let's see what happens. It is still a welcome step. Rather than having an 8-phase poll, a 2-phase poll is a much better manageable proposition.
Okay, we have a first reaction coming in that seems like from the Congress party, P. Chidambaram saying, I welcome the announcement that, as is customary in Tamil Nadu, the Legislative Assembly election to be held in single phase across all 234 constituencies. Very plain vanilla reaction there from the Congress. Harish Mohammad Khan, it seems alliance is set, but the Congress sort of is struggling to find its voice and relevance and the struggles that they have had to even get DMK talking seat sharing.
No, it has all been sealed as of now, which has been from 25, the Congress had got to 28 plus one seat of Rajya Sabha. So everything is being sealed as of now, and there is no any kind of indifferences between the alliances whatsoever is concerned. And coming to the election notification is concerned, and Tamil Nadu has always been a calm state and democratically exercising state, which always have a calm, composed election whatsoever the process is all about. Having said that, the SIR regulations also have been monitored by the DMK party with its full force in its ground level on both committee levels. So even the SIR, the nominations, deletions, additions, all been taken care by the DMK and its alliance to its now. So what about the concern with the Election Commission, which the other states has? But Tamil Nadu, which always wanted to make sure it is a smooth trail for all the parties. And even the BJP has a great exercise to bring Vijay in every possible way to their NDA alliance, which they have been working 24/7 for the last couple of weeks to bring Mr. Vijay also to their fray. Having said that, the DMK and its alliance is in full tact to vehemently make sure the BJP and the NDA alliance to take it to its knees ahead of 2026 elections. And we welcome that the single phase of election, which has been a customarily for the last couple of elections when it comes to Tamil Nadu, is been followed in its full force as of now.
Okay, Radhika Khera of the BJP joins us. Radhika, your first reaction on the Bengal dates, just 2 phases instead of 8 last time, and of course everywhere else just single phase election.
Namaste and good evening to everyone. Before I come to West Bengal, can I please respond to the person who was talking about Tamil Nadu just before me? He was talking about how the alliance is absolutely sorted out. Well, just 2 hours back, an MP from Tamil Nadu, I believe he belongs to the constituency Virodhnagar, that's in Madurai, Mr. Madikam Tagore, who is also the right hand of Rahul Gandhi, he just called out his own government and the inability of the chief minister to maintain peace and ensure the safety of women and its citizens. He's just called out the police and the safety concerns because we've seen another attack that has happened on a girl over here. And I think it's on a rape case. A young teenage girl had to face, I think, molestation or something. So everything is not well in Tamil Nadu. The Congress itself is calling out the government, which they are in alliance partners with, over corruption, over security of women, and over other things. Having said that, coming to Bengal, well, the Election Commission has done a thorough recce, and they have the Bihar elections to their credit, where for the first time there was 0 cases of any violence. So I believe that, I'm sure that they must have done a proper recce and come to the conclusion that the way they maintained in Bihar, despite the fact that everyone knows how Mamata Banerjee is very famous for her violence and trying to create enmity between people, ensuring that other party people don't go out to vote, how the TMC workers behave like gundas. But if the Election Commission has come to a decision after a thorough recce that they will be able to manage it in 2 terms, it's a welcome decision. And we are hopeful that we will see another Bihar being repeated in terms of 0 instances of any sort of violence.
Okay.
Having said that, one thing is...
Yeah, go ahead. Complete, Radhika, please.
Yeah, having said that, one thing is very clear, that just before the elections were announced, Mamata Banerjee has already accepted her defeat because she had to rush into announcing a couple of SOPs just before the elections. So whether it is West Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu, 3 elections are a sealed deal for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And yes, coming to Kerala, we will definitely fare better than before.
Okay, we are getting a DMK reaction from their leader, Dharanidharan, and we are going to go to that. But before we do that, let me get in Abhay Kumar, psephologist, and I'll also get in Pankaj Sharma. Abhay Kumar, dates are announced, and result day is also there with us in front of everyone, May 4. As a psephologist, someone who reads numbers, tell us how things are stacked for these respective incumbents. Is it going to be an anti-incumbency election in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, in Bengal?
Abhishek, I firstly want to say that I am very pleased with the election schedule because the 3 days of election, 9 April, 23 April and 29 April are either Thursday or Wednesday. And these are not the holy days. These are not the holy days and these are not these are neither weekend or holiday. So the voters will come and vote. मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, हिंदी में आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि अगर 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव को अगर हम देखें तो 333 लोकसभा सीटों का चुनाव हुआ था, वीकेंड पर हुआ था, एक्सटेंडेड हॉलीडे पर हुआ था, और 115 सीट का इलेक्शन जो हुआ था 116 सीट का 333 प्लस 116 सीट का जो इलेक्शन हुआ था वह हुआ था और मतलब हॉलीडे। तो कहने का अर्थ है कि लोकसभा चुनाव में बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपना वोट इसलिए नहीं डाला था क्योंकि वो लोग कहीं वीकेंड में कहीं बाहर चले गए थे, लेकिन अभी का जो इलेक्शन दोनों जो शेड्यूल फिक्स हुआ है 9, 23, 29 वह अच्छे दिनों पर हुआ है, वह किसी मतलब छुट्टी का दिन नहीं है, अतएव द वोटर्स विल कम एंड वोट. This is the case. And as far as मतलब 18 का basis is concerned, Mamata Banerjee is going to she is winning since 2011 and this election is going to be she is going to win for 4 consecutive terms, and she is going, that will be very tough issue because in Delhi after 3 consecutive terms Arvind Kejriwal has lost, in Tarun Gogoi lost after 3 consecutive terms, and 4th term is anywhere in any state 4th will be very tough. Even Lalu Yadav lost in 2005 when he was facing fourth term for मतलब to come in power. तो कहने का अर्थ ये रहा मतलब अभिषेक की ममता बनर्जी के लिए काफी मुश्किल है और देखना पड़ेगा क्या है. मैं एक बात अभी बता रहा हूँ जिसको मैं आगे डिस्कस करूंगा. This time Mamata Banerjee will going to contest from 2 assembly seats.
Okay.
At any cost, as a cephalologist, with full of my confidence that she is not going to contest from 1 seat, she will contest from 2 seats. Okay. Ji.
Okay. Abhay, you know, we'll continue this conversation. Let's look at the first DMK reaction coming in, and then I go to Harish Mohammad Khan and Pankaj Sharma together. But first, the reaction from the DMK national spokesperson, Salim Dharnidharan.
The Tamil Nadu as a state will be going for polling on 23rd April and the results will be out on 4th May as the counting goes. Sir, what is the DMK's preparation? The election date has been announced and what is the next step of the DMK now? There will be nominations and all that. How prepared is the DMK?
See, firstly and foremost you have to understand, my Chief Minister has done fantastic work from 2021 onwards, and which is why there is no anti-incumbency in Tamil Nadu. Number of schemes, and many schemes are now being emulated across the country from Tamil Nadu. So we will definitely win the election, and more so my party has been in electoral preparation since 2022, 2 years before the parliament election. Immediately after the parliament election, when we swept the elections, from 2024 onwards, again we started our preparation for the legislative assembly elections. The booth level committees were all verified in 2023 itself, and they have been activated from 2023. Again from 2024 onwards, the booth level committees and the booth level officers and the booth level committees have been given tasks, and they have been in constant touch with the people. So there are a number of candidates per constituency where where the candidates have worked with the people. So even if the elections are held 2 weeks away, DMK is all ready to get more than 200 seats. We'll definitely win 200 seats in these elections. We are not bothered about that. Maybe, I don't know why the elections are now announced a bit late. For last year, 2021, for example, elections were held, announced on February 27th. But this year it's March 15th. Looks like maybe the NDA is not ready and the Election Commission has given them some time to prepare for the election. That will be my first accusation. And we also, because there is also the big gap between MCC and the date of polling in Tamil Nadu, we expect a lot of undemocratic activities to be taken care by the BJP. But still we are not afraid, we are undeterred. We will definitely win the elections.
All right, a string in the tail of that soundbite there. Harish Mohammad Khan, it's fine that Salim Dharnidharan says that, there is no anti-incumbency, he has to speak for his party. But why blame the Election Commission for the dates? Why do you get an impression that NDA would be now more prepared because the elections are announced maybe 15 days later than the last time in 2021?
As I said earlier, the NDA's alliance, which has to be formed in Tamil Nadu, is being dragged to bring Mr. Vijay, who is a new entry into Tamil Nadu politics, because his vote bank and the popularity which he possesses, the BJP wanted to make sure to corner him in every possible way by delaying his recent film Jananayagan, or making the Karur issue to get inside the CBI hands and making sure him to be in Delhi for the last couple of days as of now. And whatever the pressure which has been built across to bring this new guy who has been having a fan following, as a crazy fan following in Tamil Nadu, into the ADMK-led NDA alliance or the NDA-led ADMK alliance. They want to make sure to give a deputy CM post. So all these kind of permutations and combinations being spoken within for the last couple of weeks is what the sources have been telling. So that is the only reason where the earlier elections have been announced on the February last week, and now it has been postponed to almost 15 or 20 days later. And as we pointed out, that the moral code of conduct, which has been almost having a 1 month of effect in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, whichever the state which has been against the BJP in left, right, and center will always have the election commissions a second-hand deal or the third-hand deal when it comes to the MCC being put in place on all the opposition ruled state. And we will be expecting that to happen from today onwards, from tonight onwards, and make sure Tamil Nadu state government and the Tamil Nadu DMK alliance will make sure to put all these kind of irregularities under the nose of MCC by the BJP government, by the BJP alliance will be taken care of, what the DMK spokesperson said. And that has been this is not new for the Tamil Nadu and for the DMK is what I believe. And it will be taken care of. Whatever the delay in MCC which has been started from tonight, till the elections on 23rd. And even from there, you had a 15 days delay period on the elections results announcement date is concerned. So almost it has been a 1.5 months to 2 months of gap where the Tamil Nadu kind of state, which has been under the direct attack with the BJP on every front, not only on, because all the funds, all the schemes which has been regulated by the union government, the funds have not come till now. So all these kind of welfare measures which has been backlashed or which has been backdropped by the BJP will be under scrutiny, and it will be taken care by the DMK, and it will be taken to the people of Tamil Nadu across streets, is what I believe.
Harish, you did not respond to Radhika's jibe at you, when she said that Congress leader Manikam Tagore is taking on the DMK government, but maybe you want to give it a pass. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely.
No, one second. We know who the Manikam Thakur has been handled with, and how he is being taken care of by the Congress party, and how he has been under the nose of RSS and BJP. He has been speaking to bring back the alliance of Congress under the nose. We don't want to get into those kind of reckless comments by the
alliance coming undone. Alliance coming undone. Radhika, your bait worked, but I think we have a breaking, then we come back to the conversation.
First, a very big breaking that is coming in, and this is coming from BJP West Bengal, and they are saying this is not merely an election, it is a civilizational battle. Now, they are terming this as a civilizational battle. They're saying on 23rd and 29th April, the people of West Bengal will cast their vote in two phases to reclaim their future. The countdown to the end of Mahajangal Raj has begun. 50 days to go. 4th May will mark a new dawn for Bengal. Hashtag Bengal with BJP. Now they're claiming that they are going to win, and they're saying the 4th May will mark a new dawn for Bengal. And they again, I reiterate what they have said. They are saying that this is not merely an election, it is a civilizational battle. Let me take a reaction from Pankaj Sharma on this. Is this a civilizational battle even for the opposition, for the Congress party and for the Trinamool Congress? Your reaction on this. Where does Congress stand in these elections? How prepared is the Congress party?
Could be a civilization battle. But they want to fight this civilization battle by using all sorts of uncivilized manners. It is clear from the beginning. See, putting the phases from 8 to 2 is a good step by ECI. But the situation in Bengal is very, very volatile. But I am sure every well-meaning citizen of Bengal has a realization that any violence will hurt the fundamental mission of connecting the well-meaning government again. So they'll avoid now allowing themselves from falling under any trap by the forces who have been trying to polarize the society for many years across the country. Everyone knows that TMC is way ahead in the fray, and BJP will not have any stone unturned this time to win.
But the question is, who is actually polarizing? If an announcement was made by Mamata Banerjee just before the briefing, just before the press conference, you have increased, you have declared the DA to the public, and you have also mentioned about the allowance, the increase of 500 rupees just before the poll. This was not coming from the BJP. This has come from the Trinamool Congress, sir. Then who is appeasing? Who's doing appeasement politics in this case, sir?
Appeasement. Election Commission announced the dates of elections immediately after Prime Minister Narendra Bhai Modi completed his gift distribution trips to election-going states. He was in Kolkata yesterday. He did foundation stones for the development projects for 18,600 crores. And today, ACI announced the dates. Day before, Prime Minister was in Assam, and there he inaugurated projects worth 47,800 crores. 4 days ago, on 11th March, he was in Kerala, where he launched projects of 1,000 crores. And on the same day, he was in Tamil Nadu, and there he inaugurated and laid foundation stones for the projects.
The timing. Are you again questioning the timing, sir? Pankaj, are you again questioning the timing? What difference would it have made had it been announced after 1 week of the Prime Minister's visit to West Bengal?
Try to announce it immediately the next day. ACI was waiting for the PM to gift more than 83,000 crore rupees to these election-going states on the eve of elections, so that the ruling party can be in advantageous position in comparison to opposition political parties in first 1 decade, rather than vetoing ECI has been facilitating this unfortunate tendency of the
we are the
ruling
world's
party.
largest democracy. It's not good, I believe, to point fingers at the ECI. Well, let's take a reaction from Radhika Khera on this. Your take, your reaction. Everybody wants to make a comment here. Yeah.
Like I said, the results of West Bengal are very clear by the way Mamata Banerjee announced the SOPs. And now Congress's results are also absolutely clear that the Congress supporter, Mr. Pankaj, has already said that the Election Commission has announced after the Prime Minister made the announcements, they've already accepted their defeat. Arey bhaiya, if you had done good work or if you were this light that the people of West Bengal were looking forward to, they will vote for you. People of West Bengal are very intelligent. And when you talk about that, we are the ones who incite violence and everything, everybody knows the polarization that Mamata Banerjee, your alliance partner, has played. And Mamata Banerjee's, first of all, like I said, like we're seeing in Tamil Nadu, it's a worst case scenario in West Bengal. Their alliance is not going to pull through. Their member of parliament already in Sansad 3 days back has declared Ekla Chalo Re. I'm forgetting the name of the lady who was, I think, the lady female MP who was speaking and the Congress was not letting her speak. She said it's Ekla Chalo Re for us. So the alliance over there is clear. Everybody knows that there is clear polarization in West Bengal and Hindus have been forced to leave their houses. Lakhs of Hindus have left their houses, have left the area because of Mamata Banerjee's polarization. So we all know what is going to happen. We know how she's been treating women. We've seen the amount of corruption. We've seen how she ran away with pen drives and the ruckus that she's trying to create. People of West Bengal want a stable government which will give them development, not a chief minister who actually, scared people and companies out of the state. She did not want industrialization in the state. We saw what she did with the Tatas and other industrialists who wanted to come into the state. So Bengal has suffered enough, first with the alliance of the alliance partners of the Congress, the CPI.
Yeah.
Now with Mamata Banerjee and Congress, now it's time for Bengal to shine once again. And people have already decided.
But it's like both of you, like the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, accuse each other of appeasement politics. But who actually is doing appeasement politics? Niladri Bhattacharya, your reaction on this, please. Who is actually doing appeasement politics? I remember once there was a Sarv Dharma Sadbhav Yatra, and while Mamata Banerjee was addressing all those who were present there, especially the Muslim community, and she was saying, do not vote the BJP, do not vote the RSS, do not go with them. Aapko Allah ki kasam hai. She said these words while on the stage. Then who is doing appeasement politics as of now?
Listen,
who to blame, BJP or the
politics.
TMC, sir?
Let me answer your question. Whatever Radhika has said is an absolute pack of lies. We in Bengal, we understand and we know what is the current ground situation. Number two, as far as the appeasement politics is concerned, it is the BJP who is polarizing the communities for the purpose of votes. In Bengal, the Hindus and the Muslims have stayed together with complete harmony. We celebrate the Eid together with equal fervor as we celebrate Durga Puja. It is the BJP who is trying to drive a wedge between the communities for the purpose of their vote.
But how, sir? How?
Number three.
We have seen violence in Murshidabad. Is BJP responsible for that violence, sir?
If a particular community supports the TMC, what is wrong in that?
There's nothing wrong in that.
The BJP
so do you think a particular community supports the BJP also, if that's the point you want to make here?
If they support it, sir, what is wrong in that? Election is all about people supporting a particular political party. Thirdly,
no, sir, hang on, sir. You are making a point that a particular community is supporting one particular party. So you want to say that one particular community is supporting the Trinamool Congress. You're making this point clear.
See, definitely.
So you're saying that the Muslim community is supporting the Trinamool Congress, sir. Are you saying that?
The Trinamool has not only support from the Muslim community, but the Trinamool has support from the Hindu community
You just now said that one particular community is supporting one party.
Sir, don't try to put words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. You're saying them. You're quoting these words. You're saying one particular community.
Can I correct?
Yeah, please.
You did not say one community is supporting Trinamool, and why should it be wrong? You said one community may be supporting. That's the only difference of semantics, allowed.
Abhishek, I say that the Trinamool, even the Muslims and the Hindus and the Christians, everyone supports the Trinamool, and that is why.
But you began with the Muslims. I would like to highlight that point.
No. You said what's wrong if one community is supporting Mamata Banerjee?
Exactly.
And Abhishek, he began with Muslims, so that's one point. So you're making things very clear out here. That there's one community that is supporting the Trinamool Congress. We'll just one word. Please. A comment from the BJP is very important right now.
Just give 30 seconds. The canards which are being present by the BJP, that Bengal is not safe, Bengal is this, Bengal is that. That is an absolutely wrong concept.
But is violence not happening, sir? Is violence not happening in West Bengal?
The people of Bengal.
Why is violence happening in a particular locality, in a particular place? I would not like to go much in details. You know the situation better on ground.
Doesn't violence happen after the Hathras? Doesn't it happen there? It happens everywhere. And the state government has taken a very proactive role in controlling all the violences. Now, TMC for the fourth time will come back to power because today from 5:30 onwards, the TMC is having its...
But will Trinamool Congress come back to power because one particular community is supporting? That is also a question. That is also a question. By the support of one community or not. Okay, we'll take a reaction.
There's a lot of people to support on the ground itself. What will they fight the election in the TMC?
Okay, Radhika.
You know, Radhika, just before you respond, just one quick statistic, so to say, for so far as Bengal is concerned. If you look at the last 2-3 elections, the polarization of electorate is the norm. Trinamool's vote share has been increasing, as also of the BJP. So if you look at 2016 versus 2021, the Trinamool vote share increased. The BJP vote share also increased. The Congress and the left, which are losing vote share. Radhika, you respond and take this to Pankaj Sharma.
You know, we have been consistently bettering our performance for a party which had no existence in West Bengal. We have come a very long way, and this time we're going to form the government. People of West, and the TMC leader over here is absolutely right. The TMC is only related to one particular community, which is why they need to go. A government has to be for every community. You cannot overlook a Durga Puja immersion just because of Muharram. You cannot stop Ram Navami processes. You cannot target religious orders like Ramakrishna Mission, ISKCON, Bharat Sevagaram Sangha. You can't call the Mahakumbh a Mrityu Kumbh and you think you will get away with it. Absolutely, the gentleman before me has made it absolutely clear that they are only targeting one community. When a government is formed, it is supposed to be Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which is why our government anywhere, whether it is in the state or in the center, ensures that whether it is the PM Awas Yojana, whether it is the Har Ghar Nal Ka Yojana, whether it is the money that the women get, whether it is the benefits the farmers get, whether it is Har Ghar Mein Bijli Pahunchna, whether it is the health benefits, all are not given to you by questioning which religion you belong to.
Okay.
Sabko mil rahe hain, and Muslims are getting benefits of it because sabka saath, sabka vikas.
Okay.
But Mamata Banerjee only thinks of one community, which is why only one community wants to vote for her, and that one community.
But how long do you think they can stop? But are you confident of repeating what you did in Delhi? Yeah, Pankaj, we'll take a response once from Pankaj.
Pankaj, you know, Pankaj, you know, as I said, the Trinamool is increasing its vote share. Till the last election, it did not seem like there is an anti-incumbency, including the general elections, if you project it on assembly constituency-wise. Okay, Abhay wants to comment, but Pankaj has to respond first. Abhay, I'll come to you. Pankaj, the Congress seems to be losing the vote share. Left seems to be losing vote share. The BJP and the Trinamool are increasing their vote share.
In fact, Congress has its own problems. And in Bengal too, you know, when ruling party is doing what not, whole hog for last 11 years to establish a Congress Mukt Bharat. So situation for Congress is difficult. Congress is going to face it in Bengal, everywhere. It is going alone. I think is a good strategy to actually, revive the party at the village level, at the block level.
I don't know whether it can be revived with the kind of leadership that's there in Bengal for the Congress or even for the center. But Abhay, your quick response, because we are running out of time now. Any surprises you think can come from any of the states?
Yeah, of course. Why not? It may be. Firstly, I want to say that Mamata Banerjee is highly pensive about Muslim vote bank. Mamata Banerjee is not confident about Muslim vote bank. How? There is a Sagar Digi assembly seat in Murshidabad district. The seat has 64% Muslim voters. And the Congress party has won the seat last time in 1972. But in 2021, the AITC Subrat Saha of AITC won the seat. In 2023, he died. And in the by-poll, the Congress party has won the seat. In the by-poll, Bharat Biswas of the Congress party has defeated the AITC, All India Trinamool Congress. After 1972, in 2023, the Congress party won the seat for the first time. Since 2011, the AITC was winning the Sagar Digi assembly seat, but it had lost in the by-poll. Of course, Mamata Banerjee has ensured the joining of the Congress party's single MLA in West Bengal Assembly, Bharat Biswas, into her party. But the assembly by-poll of Sagar Digi...
Will we see any change? That is the big question. Will there be a repeat for the BJP in like it did in Delhi? That is the very big question. But we are very short of time, and we would like to thank each and everybody. Very short of time. Thanks a lot to Abhay Kumar, Niladri Bhattacharya, Pankaj Sharma, Harish Mohammed Ibrahim, Anila Singh, Radhika Khera. Thanks a lot, everybody, for joining us. And we'll...
A short break, and Live in Breaking is back on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। नहीं तो तुम तो करा अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुम तो कुमार किधर नीचे? अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अरे अनुसर ही होगा तुमचा कुणाला गिरा नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे का गाडी मागवा दे दो क्या दे दो चला हो 10 ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे कहीं और हम लेके चल क्या हुआ ठीक है ना
All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam, the polling shall be just in one phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May.
Commission announces election date for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry, West Bengal to vote in 2 phases. Election results for 5 states to be declared on the 4th of May. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Trump threatens Iran's oil infrastructure after US bombed the Kharg Island military site vital to Iran's oil network. Trump calls on the allies to send warships, says Hormuz will open one way or the other. Indian Navy escorts LPG carrier Shivalik and Nanda Devi through the Strait of Hormuz amid the West Asia war. Very warm welcome. We're watching live and breaking Iraq Tamasha with you. We're getting in visuals from Tel Aviv right now, viewers, as Iran has launched a cluster of cluster munition right now as the war zone witnesses more escalation right now. We're getting in visuals from Israel, Tel Aviv. This is the aftermath of that launch of those cluster munitions from Iran. And you can see from vehicles, different structures that have been set on fire, and the plumes of smoke that you can see being now. You can see the firefighters. We do not know if it's a civilian area. If it's a civilian area, we do not know yet. But these are multiple cars that have been set ablaze. Could be a parking area, and the firefighter has put out. Firefighters can be seen putting out this massive blaze after the Iranian attack. And we'll try and get you more details that are coming in right now. Iran, meanwhile, says that it has launched the 54th wave of Operation True Promise, deploying the Sejil ballistic missile for a first time. Now, viewers, what is Sejil? We see that how Iran has a host of a big arsenal of ballistic missiles. Now, Sejil is an Iranian two-stage solid-fueled medium-range ballistic missile, MRBM that is, and it has a payload capacity of about up to 1,500 kilograms. And Iran has now released this video where it fired the Sejil. It's a two-stage solid-fuel motor, and it provides shorter launch preparation times compared to liquid-fueled missiles. Now, we must understand the imagery here, understand the messaging rather, because we see that time and again, US has claimed that their missiles and their launching capability, their military capabilities are the ones that they are attacking, and they're decimating, they are neutralizing that. When Iran continues to release these videos, it actually raises questions on the claims. It's like a mirror that it's information warfare, of course, that is ongoing. And we see right now this video by the IRGC as it launches the 54th wave of operation. All right, shifting focus now to other story that we're tracking for you. A big update coming in. In fact, this morning it was learnt that Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi confirmed the ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, even going on to call them strategic partners. Now, in this war, both the countries, Russia and China, have been referred to as strategic partners by Iran, and it comes as a significant statement from Tehran. Now, this statement holds much gravity as far as this war is concerned, as it now directly and openly widens this range of war. Iran has now openly confirmed their alliance with Russia and China, given this statement. And it leads to a very, very big question now, that will this war escalate and cover more countries? Russia already is engaged in a war in Ukraine. And while we've seen statements coming in from Russia and China trying to play a mediator role there somehow, but when they call them strategic, when Iran calls both the countries strategic partners, that of course becomes very, very official in a sense that this is really happening when it comes to Russia and China being somewhere in the game. And it's not just strategic partner that is mentioned, ladies and gentlemen. Russia and China providing military cooperation to Iran. That is what the foreign minister of Iran, Arakchi, has claimed. And that's a big, big statement that has come in. And meanwhile, Iran continues to release the footages. Now shows missile debris from 28th of February attack on the girls' school in southern Iran, that is the Minab school, claiming it proves the involvement of United States. Now, this video, which shows debris marked made in USA and Raytheon company, it suggests that a US-made Tomahawk missile was used, and the US military has launched an investigation with preliminary findings suggesting that outdated targeting data may have led to the strike. But this is another videographic proof that Iran claims to show that it was United States who was responsible for this attack on a girls' school that killed 165 people, and these were mostly school girls. US, meanwhile, denies involvement, citing an ongoing investigation. This is an exclusive visual, in fact, viewers, from Iran, exclusive visual from Iran that proves US was, shows that it could be a proof. Even the US repeatedly denies this, denies what's been happening, and we'll try and get more details on that. But you can see the visuals of the aftermath, the graves, the mourning. You can see the families wailing, crying, mourning. And in fact, Iran's supreme leader has also vowed revenge in as he mentioned this in his first address, the Minab attack. All right, viewers. Meanwhile, US, Iran, they continue to be in a stalemate and they reject ceasefire calls amidst the escalating airstrikes and drone attacks. Now, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, of Iran has warned the UAE of potential strikes on American assets in response to US and Israeli attacks. And the conflict has led to civilian casualties with the street checkpoints and banks being targeted. Iran has retaliated against US banks in Bahrain and the UAE, citing recent attacks on Iranian banks as justification. Now, the IRGC has vowed to expand attacks if US and Israel continue targeting Iranian banking infrastructure. And Republic TV is the only network reporting from inside Iran, getting you all the updates from the war zone. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Yazid from Iran.
Civilian buildings are still being destroyed by the US and Israeli attacks. The UN says as many as 3.2 million people have been displaced since the fighting began on February 28th. Tehran's municipal government says more than 3,000 people, including over 900 families, have been left homeless. They've been relocated to 12 different hotels. Elsewhere, on the southern island of Qeshm, local officials say 2 passenger and tourism piers have been hit by missiles. They say these piers were used only for recreational and fishing purposes and played an important role in the local economy. On Kharg Island, reports indicate multiple explosions in various parts of the island, but only military assets have been affected. Kharg is a small island, about 20 square kilometers, but it is the hub for the country's oil exports. In fact, it serves as the only point of origin for all Iran's overseas crude oil shipments. After the attacks, the IRGC announced that the island had been hit by missiles launched from positions within the territory of the United Arab Emirates. The IRGC has warned UAE leaders that it considers it its legitimate right to strike the origins of these attacks, including American assets in Emirati cities. Iranian armed forces also say they have targeted 2 American banks in Bahrain and the UAE. The strikes are said to be retaliation for the recent US and Israeli attacks on 2 Iranian banks.
All right, we're joined by Israeli journalist Noam Eyal joining us from Tel Aviv. First of all, Noam, thank you so much for joining in. And just tell us what is the latest, as we understand that a cluster munition strike has been conducted by Iran in Tel Aviv. What is the status? What is the update from ground?
By the way, I'm currently. Thank you for coming to me, inviting me. Right now, I'm actually at my home near Jerusalem, but I've been in Tel Aviv earlier today. There have been Iran has been firing certain ballistic missiles with our cluster bombs. Some of them have hit buildings in as far as the southern city of Eilat, in the tip of Israeli territory in the Red Sea, and also Tel Aviv today. There are several injured people. It's smaller bombs than that are being spread from the ballistic missile, not necessarily the full payload of a regular ballistic missile, which is very, very heavy and can take out a neighborhood. It presents a challenge for Israeli interceptors because of the way it's being delivered, because of the regular ballistic missiles have been intercepted in a very successful rate so far with Israeli defenses. That's right now, but it's been. The whole day has been full of alarms, but it's been like 1 or 2 missiles each time throughout the day since early in the morning, around 6 a.m.
Noam, also tell me what are you picking up as far as this statement from the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi is concerned, when he calls Russia and China strategic partners, also going on to publicly claimed that there is military cooperation from the two countries.
As far as I know, the cooperation is in related. It's not a full cooperation like you see between Israel and the U.S. or the U.S. and its allies. It's more of use of radar system or satellite images or information that the Iranians can't get by themselves, and the Chinese and the Russians can provide and somehow show their support. There is on the other hand, you see Donald Trump, the pressure on the oil prices kind of affecting even Donald Trump, that lifted the sanctions for 30 days so that the West can buy Russian oil. That was a significant move. But in terms of military collaboration between Iran and its superpower allies, it's limited. It's very, very limited. It's more of an intelligence aid, getting some information regarding American forces in the area. Because the attacks on Iran have been very effective in terms of disconnecting the regime from its own capabilities, its own forces on the ground, and they don't have their own. They don't have a lot of their own capabilities right now in regard to real-time information, in regard to the forces of the ground, as far as I know.
Thanks, Noam, for joining us live from Israel right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Republic TV, and getting us those updates. And we were shifting our focus to more reports coming in as the war against Iran drags on for 16 days now. Even the environment of the country is now taking a toll on the environment, of course. Multiple oil refineries have been hit. And as a result, reports state that a black rain has created health and environmental risks as toxic smoke billows from bombed depots. More details in this report.
Clouds of toxic smoke unleashed into the atmosphere smother Iranian skies. This after US-Israeli airstrikes on Iranian oil facilities. The toxic smoke returned to Earth in the form of black rain. This has raised concerns from both local authorities and international experts.
Most of this stuff disperses and gets removed from the atmosphere on a timescale of days. So if we don't create more problems, at least what's in the atmosphere is going to go away, within kind of 3 to 7 days. That doesn't mean that the health risk has gone away, but it means it's removed from the atmosphere.
Black rain occurs when soot, ash, and toxic chemicals combine with water droplets in the atmosphere, then fall back to the earth when it rains. Residents in Tehran complained of burning eyes and difficulty in breathing last week.
The black rain and the acidic rain coming with it is indeed a danger for the population, respiratory mainly, and it could be acidic, depending, of course, what context you have. We're in touch with the hospitals and with the authorities. And
plumes of dark smoke have also been seen across other parts of the region over the 2 weeks of the war. In addition to the loss of life and attack on civilian infrastructure, the environment and the health of Iranian citizens are also under attack in this escalating war begun by the United States and Israel.
And now, with the war in its third week and mounting concerns over the stranded oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz amidst the blockade, US President Donald Trump has now asked nations, including China, to send warships to keep the strait open. Take a look at this report to know more.
Thousands of ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple US-flagged vessels have come under attack. West Asia war in its third week, raging on relentless. And now it seems like Trump is caving in to the pressure exerted by the Iranian regime. Trump has been bombarding his Truth Social account with a barrage of posts on the war. And in the latest, Trump says countries that receive oil through the Strait of Hormuz must take care of the passage. Trump says if the countries extend help, United States will also help a lot. Says US will coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly and well. This comes just a day after Trump specifically mentioned China, France, Japan, South Korea and UK. He claims these countries are affected by this blockade and that he hopes these nations will send ships to the Strait of Hormuz so the Iranian threat can be totally decapitated. In the meantime, Donald Trump says United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and will continue shooting Iranian boats and ships. Trump vows to soon make the Strait of Hormuz open, safe and free, one way or the other. Trump's request to the nations to send warships to Strait received a sharp response from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Araghchi calls this as Trump begging others, even China, to help it make Hormuz safe. Iranian Foreign Minister in a post wrote, touted US security umbrella has proven to be full of holes and is just inviting rather than deterring trouble. Araghchi also called on brotherly neighbors to expel foreign aggressors. Now Trump reaching out to other nations to make Hormuz safe is also a signal that United States is struggling to dismantle Iranian navy, even as Trump claims it has been completely obliterated.
Meanwhile, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, while releasing a video condemning the massacre of 160 children in a school in Iran's Minab, says that one who claimed to stand for global peace targeted schools, hospitals, stadiums and cultural heritage sites with ruthless attacks. Take a look at this report.
The morning that began with the school bell ended with the sound of an explosion.
روزنامه آمریکایی نیویورک تایمز در گزارش تحقیقی اثبات کرد عامل حمله خونبار به دبستان دخترانه میناب آمریکاست.
In Minab, a classroom that was meant to hold the alphabet turned into a field of death. Small school bags were left on the ground, and notebooks that were never finished remained filled with dreams. Children know no enemies, and they choose no wars. They come only to live. And how bitter it is when the world becomes so cruel that it is frightened even by the laughter of a little schoolgirl.
Meanwhile, Trump struggles to find a clear end and the objectives to the war that he started on the 28th of February. Switzerland now has announced closing its airspace for US military flights, citing its tradition of neutrality in armed conflicts. Now, this adds to the list of nations who have refrained themselves from getting involved in the war in West Asia. Let's take a look at this detailed report.
Trump is reaching out to other nations, reaching out for help in this war on Iran. What kind of help? To let US use airspace to carry out strikes on Iran. To let US use their military bases so US jets can take off and hit Iranian targets. Trump asking nations to deploy their warships to help keep Strait of Hormuz open and safe. But these nations are not interested in getting themselves involved in the war. In the latest, Switzerland has denied requests by US military, saying US can't use Switzerland airspace in the war against Iran. Two such requests linked to the war in Iran is straight away rejected by the Switzerland. Switzerland cited its law of neutrality while denying the request by US. Only one maintenance flight and two requests for transport jets were approved by the Switzerland. This is not the first time Trump's requests have been denied or ignored. Earlier, UK also declined to help US with offensive strikes by UK military and only allowed US to use military bases for defensive operations. France also rejected Trump's plea for military aid in the war against Iran. Even France refuted reports warships to Strait of Hormuz and said, "Stop the scaremongering." French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs said defensive posture has not changed. Spain has also strongly opposed the war and refused to allow US forces to use Spanish bases. All this as Russia provides key intelligence and strategic cooperation to Iran amid the war, with the Hezbollah in Lebanon and Houthi forces in Yemen also giving support to Iran.
All right, viewers, with that, so wrap up this edition. But we also get you the latest coming in on the announcement of election dates, as the Election Commission has announced those dates for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry, West Bengal to vote in 2 phases. Also, election results for 5 states to be declared on the 4th of May. Details on the other side.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कुमार गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला। चला हो ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे। क्या हुआ? ठीक है ना भैया, बोलेंगे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अनुसरण होगा तुमचा कुणाल गेला तो नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला माझा गोटे का गाडी माकळा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Rakhtar Mishra with you, getting all the latest updates coming in on the war that is escalating. We'll get you the latest updates as far as the ground situation is concerned, and also about Netanyahu. There have been, of course, questions raised on his whereabouts. So let's see what this office has said and much more. First, the headlines.
All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam, the polling shall be just in one phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May.
Days for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry. West Bengal to vote in 2 phases. Election results for 5 states to be declared on the 4th of May. Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Trump also threatens Iran's oil infrastructure after US bombs the Kharg Island military sites vital to Iran's oil network. US President Donald Trump calls on allies to send warships, says Hormuz will open one way or the other. Indian Navy escorts LPG carriers Shivalik and Nanda Devi through the Strait of Hormuz and amid the West Asia war. Now, the US and Israel have continued their attacks on Iran, with missiles striking multiple sites in the central Isfahan province, leaving at least 15 people dead. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says that countries that depend on who depend on Gulf oil must also help ensure that the Strait of Hormuz remains open. At the same time, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is the IRGC, has warned residents across the Gulf to evacuate the areas near oil ports. In addition, The Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, has cautioned that U.S. companies in the Middle East could be targeted if Iran's energy infrastructure comes under attack. Meanwhile, Iran and Lebanon have continued their strikes in Israel, with damage reported in central parts of the country and 7 people wounded by rocket fragments in Eilat. All right, we are in fact getting us, okay, we have been joined by IDF spokeswoman, Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson, Kelly Oates, joining us on the broadcast right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Kelly, once again on Republic TV. And first of all, there are reports that have been doing the rounds in the past 24 hours about the whereabouts of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I'm definitely speaking on behalf of the Israeli Defense Forces, but everything in Israel is going as planned. We urge you to please not listen to any kind of unreliable reports or fake news running on the media at this point. Thankfully, we are operating, we are succeeding in our operations, and I have not heard or can offer any comment on those foreign reports.
And in fact, there's a statement from the IRGC, which in fact mentions that if Netanyahu is alive, that it will continue to pursue and kill him with full force, that he is on the hit list of the IRGC. How do you see that statement?
I know one thing, and one thing is for sure, that the Iranian terrorist organization and the Iranian terrorist regime cannot be trusted, not in anything they say, and not in the way they have been conducting this war. They have been firing missiles towards the state of Israel and to other nations in this region. And therefore, everything they say should be taken with a grain of salt. I'm very proud of the IDF and what the state of Israel has been able to achieve so far in this war. We have been able to take out crucial systems and military apparatus of the Iranian regime, leaving them almost without great ability to communicate with one another. And therefore, we are doing great in this operation. And again, I would very advise not to listen, not to take everything they say as fact.
What's happened is that, Kelly, there have been some videos also that have been doing the rounds, which actually show, Netanyahu with 6 fingers. There have been some videos that have been flagged on social media, which have also indicated, this is about the 12th of March video, which has raised doubts that is it an edited video. There are concerns regarding visuals that have come in, the video of Netanyahu's address that have come in.
Unfortunately, I don't know which video is being spoken about. I haven't seen any of these videos. I know that there is a lot with AI that can be changed and altered, but I am not aware of these videos.
Right. So as of now, the office of Netanyahu has denied that there's any problem with the Prime Minister. And so your stand remains the same, right?
Yes.
All right. So what is the latest as far as Israel and US's this military mission is concerned? Because we've seen that there are strikes being conducted inside Israel from Lebanese side as well, from Hezbollah as well. And Tehran has also been targeted yet again via the cluster munitions from Iran today. And there has been a war of words as we've seen the escalation. Donald Trump saying that they've targeted Kharg Island, and they will continue to target more, those oil facilities. Tehran, meanwhile, says that it will continue to, target those oil, refineries and facilities across the Gulf. So, what is the game plan?
Well, I think one thing is very clear, and we have been facing missile barrages from Iran and Hezbollah at the exact same time. They are simultaneous. I imagine they are coordinated. Rocket fire coming from Iran to the south, the center of Israel, and the north, while Hezbollah sends rockets many dozens a day to the northern communities of Israel, targeting civilians. And so what we're seeing is this coordination. We know that Hezbollah is Iran's strongest proxy. They are trying to come to Iran's rescue at the moment, but clearly they will not be successful. We have thankfully intercepted as many rockets as we can. This does not mean that there are no injured. We do have injured. We do have casualties, unfortunately, but we are continuing according to a very structured plan on how to, number one, push Hezbollah away from our border and ensure that they cannot target our civilians, not infiltrate as they plan to do, not send RPGs and not strike with rockets. And with Iran, we are continuing to further degrade their military infrastructure to ensure that they don't pose a threat to the state of Israel.
Kelly, another question is that how Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi has openly claimed that there is there's military cooperation from Russia and China. He has called both the countries strategic partners in this war, that they are receiving military cooperation. So how would Israel react to that?
Unfortunately, I can't comment on that. That would be for my seniors or for the political echelon of the state of Israel. At this point, what I do know is that Iran has been in a bad state trying to get together what it can in order to fight, but they have been unsuccessful. They actually recently tried to down an Israeli fighter jet with no success. And so we are seeing attempts by the Iranians to use all sorts of operations against Israel, but they are not successful as of now.
All right. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV and speaking to us with those answers on those questions. All right, viewers. Now, so as this war continues to drag on, it's been 16 days and the environment is, of course, the one that is being affected. Multiple oil refineries have been hit in the attacks, and now, as a result, we're learning of reports of a black rain that has created health hazards, environmental risks as the toxic smoke billows from the bombed depots. More in this report.
Clouds of toxic smoke unleashed into the atmosphere smother Iranian skies. This after US-Israeli airstrikes on Iranian oil facilities. The toxic smoke returned to Earth in the form of black rain. This has raised concerns from both local authorities and international experts.
Most of this stuff disperses and gets removed from the atmosphere on a timescale of days. So if we don't create more problems, at least what's in the atmosphere is going to go away, within kind of 3 to 7 days. That doesn't mean that the health risk has gone away, but it means it's removed from the atmosphere.
Black rain occurs when soot, ash, and toxic chemicals combine with water droplets in the atmosphere, then fall back to the earth when it rains. Residents in Tehran complained of burning eyes and difficulty in breathing last week.
The black rain and the acidic rain coming with it is indeed a danger for the population, respiratory mainly, and it could be acidic, depending, of course, what context you have. We're in touch with the hospitals and with the authorities. And
plumes of dark smoke have also been seen across other parts of the region over the 2 weeks of the war. In addition to the loss of life and attack on civilian infrastructure, the environment and the health of Iranian citizens are also under attack in this escalating war begun by the United States and Israel.
We have some breaking news coming in right now. Bahrain says that 125 missiles, 211 drones have been intercepted since the war has erupted. So Bahrain now suggesting that there has been an overwhelming amount of the drone strikes and missile strikes from Iran on Bahrain. 211 of those drones have been intercepted since the war broke out. 125 missiles in total fired, 211 drones. Okay, 125 missiles and 211 have been intercepted since the war. All right, so as we move on, viewers, we bring you this exclusive visual of the Kharg Island that was attacked by the United States of America. Take a look at this visual that we are playing out. It's it is termed as Iran's crown jewel, and it has been attacked by the United States, escalating the tensions further. And President Donald Trump of the United States says that American forces had struck targets on the island, describing it as a critical node in Iran's energy infrastructure. While the strikes avoided oil terminals for now, analysts warn that any attack on Kharg's energy facilities could disrupt the bulk of Iran's oil exports and trigger a shock across the global energy markets. The island might be small, only 22 square kilometers, but its impact on the global oil markets is substantial. A small island in the Persian Gulf, but one that sits at the heart of Iran's oil empire. Kharg Island has now been hit by the United States, and we are getting you this exclusive footage that shows you an aerial view of this and view from different vantage points, a closer look at the Kharg Island. So we'll just, we are showing you those images, viewers. This is Iran's crown jewel. It has been hit by the US on the 14th of March, just yesterday. That was announced by Donald Trump. And 15 explosions in total were reported from across this island. It's a 22 square kilometer island called the Orphan Pearl of Gulf. It's the Orphan Pearl of Gulf, and it's 55 kilometers northwest of Bushehr port. No civilians are allowed inside this port, and it's responsible for 90% of Iran's oil exports. So that's why it has been targeted. It receives crude from 3 offshore fields, and in 2005, Iran had added 2 million barrels to its storage capacity. And what we understand is that about Kharg Island, since it is so critical for Iran itself, as far as oil is concerned, this has been targeted by the United States, because what Iran has been doing, it has targeted multiple oil facilities, including the big refineries across the Gulf region. And now we see it has, of course, also triggered this energy crisis thanks to the blockage it has created at the Strait of Hormuz. And US goes on to now conduct strikes at the Kharg Island. So while the war rages on, another angle that's emerging here, ladies and gentlemen, is the cost of war for both US and Iran. What is being talked about is the extra cost that US is paying to counter cheap Iranian drones. Also, another angle, we have cheap Iranian drones that have overwhelmed these $1 million ADS, the air defense systems of the United States. US missile systems also cost around $4 million per shot. And you have one Shahid drone, that it's a cheap drone. And Iran also uses the Fatah-1 hypersonic missile. These are cheap drones, and missiles are also, if you see, they are ballistic missiles. And if you talk about the United States, these are $1 million US missiles, Tomahawk missiles also being used. One Tomahawk costs around $2.2 million. Fatah is one missile that costs around $500,000. You can see the comparison, the cost of war, the financial cost of war. And this is the difference as we see how it has cost massively to the United States. And as we move on further, viewers, we also have a ground report coming in from Shoham. It's an Israeli city that has been bombed by Iran. Here's more.
You can see here is the home that was attacked by Iranian ballistic missile, and only this room survived. This is a mamad, a protected room with the concrete walls, and it survived the ballistic attack. Usually people doing rooms for children in the safety mamads, so it can protect them during those attacks by rockets. And the owner of the house on time went. That's why you can see here is the home that was attacked by Iranian ballistic missile, and only this room survived. This is a mamad, a protected room with the concrete walls, and it survived the ballistic attack. Usually people doing rooms for children in the safety momads, so it can protect them during those attacks by rockets. And the owner of the house on time went, that's why he survived. But all the house beside the protected room was completely destroyed, as you can see. All the rest is destroyed. And this is the only room, the protected room, that survived. And you can see all the rest is destroyed in this house. You can see how vast is the damage from one ballistic rocket of the Iranians. It's all full with remains of the rocket. Here behind me is the house that was targeted by Iranian ballistic missile. Just one part of the cassette of this ballistic missile fall here on this house, and you can see how extensive is the damage. And now the army asks us to go outside because it is a closed area and we can't do that, but yet we are doing that. Here behind me is the house in the center of Israel that was the target of the Iranian ballistic missile. You can see it is completely destroyed, and it is in the center of a neighborhood with no military targets, no strategic targets, just people with a lot of children living here. And you can see how extensive is the damage just from one rocket. This house was completely destroyed. There's almost nothing here anymore. And just because the owner of the house on the time went to the mamad, to the protected room, he survived. Otherwise it could be a big tragedy. Nikol Yochin, Shoham, Israel. Nikol Yochin, Shoham, Israel. You can see here behind me, this is a house in residential area in Shoham, next to Tel Aviv, and it was the target of the Iranian ballistic missile.
To those visuals that are coming in right now from the national capital, as you can see, actor Vijay, he has appeared before the CBI today for a third round of questioning in Kharg Stampede, and what we see is a sort of a display of some sort of fans. Perhaps they have gathered. You can see he's on the rooftop of this SUV and he's waving at the people gathering outside. Of course, there's massive media presence because of the case. That's very, very serious. That's Kharg Stampede. And that was fatal stampede. But we see, I don't know, he's... okay, Saurabh, my colleague, is joining us live, I think. We'll just go across to him once he's connected. But this is first visual coming in on Republic TV from outside, from the CBI office. Saurabh, tell us more. What are you picking up from the CBI office? We understand that the questioning has finished right now, the third round of questioning.
Yeah, yes, the questioning has finished by the CBI. For nearly 8 hours, actor turned politician Vijay was grilled by the CBI, and the line of questioning was that did he knew about the mismanagement at the site where he is about to give a speech. Apart from that, the CBI also asked him that why there was a 7 hours delay. And apart from that, the CBI also questioned that who was the agency who was doing the management of the whole program and why there were more people than expected in that speech. And now the CBI has recorded his statement. And we have to see that if the CBI will summon the actor turned politician again or not, as the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections date were announced by the Election Commission. The date on which the election will take place is 23rd April, and this is the latest report we are picking from ground. Back to you.
Any information as to what has been Vijay's stand on these questions?
Yeah, Vijay has claimed that he didn't knew about any mismanagement there, as his party was not the organizer. There was a third party who organized the whole event. And apart from that, Vijay has also said that he has given condolence to the families of the victims who lost their life in that stampede. And apart from that, he also wished for the speedy recovery of the 60 people who got injured in that Kharg stampede. Apart from that, he has claimed that he will he has came into politics for wiping out corruption completely. And now he has been charged in these with these allegations that he knew about the mismanagement. Along with that, he knew, and that is why he came 7 hours late at the protest site. These are the allegations put by the CBI on him. And now, today were the third round of the questioning done by the CBI. And we have to see that if he has been summoned again or not.
Right, many thanks, Saurabh, for joining us with the details from outside the CBI office. So, this is the visual of Vijay exiting the TVK chief, actor and politician, there after his 8 hours of questioning at the CBI office in the Kharg stampede case. Okay, we now shift our focus back to the war. A U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress has taken off for its mission during the Operation Epic Fury. U.S. Central Command says that U.S. forces continue to degrade Iranian military capability. Take a look.
Operation Epic Fury has entered the third week of the West Asia War. U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress took off from an undisclosed location. U.S. claims strikes from U.S. forces continue to be unpredictable, dynamic, and decisive. That U.S. forces continue to degrade Iranian military capability. U.S. Air Force C-130 pilots are delivering supplies to warfighters throughout the Middle East during Operation Epic Fury. Even as Iran threatens strikes on Gulf nations, U.S. just does not seem to budge.
All right, so with the war in its third week now, and there are mounting concerns over the stranded oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz amid the blockade, Trump has called on ally countries, several countries in fact, not just the allies, but also China, to send warships to keep the strait open. Take a look at this report.
Thousands of ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple US-flagged vessels have come under attack. West Asia war in its third week, raging on relentless. And now it seems like Trump is caving in to the pressure exerted by the Iranian regime. Trump has been bombarding his Truth Social account with a barrage of posts on the war. And in the latest, Trump says, countries that receive oil through the Strait of Hormuz must take care of the passage. Trump says if the countries extend help, United States will also help a lot. Says US will coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly and well. This comes just a day after Trump specifically mentioned China, France, Japan, South Korea and UK. He claims these countries are affected by this blockade and that he hopes these nations will send ships to the Strait of Hormuz so the Iranian threat can be totally decapitated. In the meantime, Donald Trump says United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and will continue shooting Iranian boats and ships. Trump vows to soon make the Strait of Hormuz open, safe and free, one way or the other. Trump's request to the nations to send warships to Strait received a sharp response from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Araghchi calls this as Trump begging others, even China, to help it make Hormuz safe. Iranian Foreign Minister in a post wrote, touted US security umbrella has proven to be full of holes and is just inviting rather than deterring trouble. Araghchi also called on brotherly neighbors to expel foreign aggressors. Now, Trump reaching out to other nations to make Hormuz safe is also a signal that United States is struggling to dismantle Iranian navy, even as Trump claims it has been completely obliterated.
All right, time for a short break, but we get you the latest coming in on the upcoming assembly elections. Election Commission has announced the election dates for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry and West Bengal elections. West Bengal will be voting in 2 phases. And the election result.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू।
नहीं तो तुम तो करा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा।
All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam, the polling shall be just in 1 phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May.
Election Commission announces dates for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry, West Bengal to vote in 2 phases. Results for the 4 states and 1 union territory to be declared on May 4th. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Trump also threatens Iran's oil infrastructure after US bombs Kharg Island military sites, vital to Iran's oil network. US President Donald Trump calls on allies to send warships, says Hormuz will open one way or the other. Indian Navy escorts LPG carriers Shivalik and Nanda Devi through the Strait of Hormuz amid the West Asia war crisis. All right, let's begin with a new development. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has written to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and hit out at the position In the letter, Prime Minister has said, and I quote, democratic institutions within their narrow circle, they find it difficult to naturally accept any person stepping forward. Prime Minister's frontal assault on the opposition. Remember, this is in connection with Om Birla being subjected to a no confidence motion. Prime Minister further goes on to say it is also unacceptable to them that other people's representatives in the House, particularly new and young MPs, should get equal opportunities to speak and progress. Om Birla, of course, has responded and thanked the Prime Minister for his letter and underscored his resolve to continue to strengthen the institution of the Speaker. Moving on. All right, to the West, reports coming in suggest that Afghanistan has struck Pakistan's military camps in the Wana area. South Waziristan inside Pakistan. Afghanistan Ministry of Defense has posted, and I quote, the Ministry of Defense of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has announced that in continuation of Operation Red al-Zulm, the country's defense forces today, and once again targeted a military camp in the Wana area, the center of South Waziristan in Pakistan. According to the statement, this was a retaliatory strike carried out in response to the Pakistani military assaults last night. The commandos building of the SSG and other key facilities of this camp were targeted, and it is believed that the command center of the facility was destroyed. Heavy casualties also reported according to the Afghans, though of course no statement yet from the Pakistani side. We'll come back to this as and when we get visuals, but moving out and to another breaking, this time in connection with Israel. Israel has approved a $827 million emergency budget allocation for military purchases, according to Israeli media. That's in continuation, of course, the war planning. Remember, Israel has been in a state of perpetual state of war since 2022, or October 7, when the Hamas carried out an attack in southern Israel, and since then Israel has been at war at various points in time with 6 or 7 countries, and with the Houthis and Hezbollah, and with Lebanon and Syria, and Iran, of course, twice, and that's been the big one. The first one, the 12-day war last year, and now the second one. All right, by staying with Israel, we are getting a ground report, friends, from Shoham, an Israeli city that has been bombed by the Iranians. Take a look.
You can see here is the home that was attacked by Iranian ballistic missile, and only this room survived. This is a mamad, a protected room with the concrete walls, and it survived the ballistic attack. Usually people doing rooms for children in the safety mamads, so it can protect them during those attacks by rockets. And the owner of the house on time went. That's why you can see here is the home that was attacked by Iranian ballistic missile, and only this room survived. This is a mamad, a protected room with the concrete walls, and it survived the ballistic attack. Usually people doing rooms for children in the safety mamads, so it can protect them during those attacks by rockets. And the owner of the house on time went. That's why he survived. But all the house beside the protected room was completely destroyed. As you can see, all the rest is destroyed, and this is the only room, the protected room, that survived. And you can see all the rest is destroyed in this house. You can see how vast is the damage from one ballistic rocket of the Iranians. It's all full with remains of the rocket. Here behind me is the house in the center of Israel that was the target of the Iranian ballistic missile. You can see it is completely destroyed, and it is in the center of a neighborhood with no military targets, no strategic targets, just people with a lot of children living here. And you can see how extensive is the damage just from one rocket. This house was completely destroyed. There's almost nothing here anymore. And just because the owner of the house on the time went to the mamad, to the protected room, he survived. Otherwise it could be a big tragedy. Nikol Yochin, Shoham, Israel. Nikol Yochin, Shoham, Israel. You can see here behind me, this is a house in residential area in Shoham next to Tel Aviv, and it was the target of the Iranian ballistic missile. It completely destroyed by this missile. It used to be a home, but now it is just a little bit of remains, and it shows you again where the Iranian ballistic missiles are targeting. And this missile was with illegal cassette port. It means that one rocket becomes many small rockets, and it is covering a large area, and each of those rockets is really dangerous because you can see how extensive is the damage just from one rocket.
All right, staying with the war zone, and a daily update that comes from the United Arab Emirates as to how the air defenses are dealing with the war and the rockets coming in from the Iranian side. Today they say or claim that 4 ballistic missiles and 6 drones were neutralized that came from the Iranian side. Dealt with 4 missiles, 4 ballistic missiles and 6 drones is what the UAE is claiming, and this seems like a complete tapering off of the attacks or the strikes coming in from the Iranians. There was a time when typically during the day there would be anything between 20 to 30 missiles and even 100 drones. It's gone to a trickle of just 4 missiles and 6 drones. Clear indication of the denuding of Iranian war machine and their capacity to carry out these strikes. The war itself is almost on its deathbed, it seems, with as the Americans have also been claiming, Iran's capacity to wage war completely destroyed. It's getting reflected in the daily UAE numbers of the missiles and drones that come from the Iranian side. All right, a U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress has taken off for its mission during Operation Epic Fury. The U.S. CENTCOM and continues to target specific sites in Iran associated with its military capability. Take a look.
Operation Epic Fury has entered the 3rd week of the West Asia War. U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress took off from an undisclosed location. U.S. claimed strikes from U.S. forces continue to be unpredictable, dynamic, and decisive. That U.S. forces continue to degrade Iranian military capability. U.S. Air Force C-130 pilots are delivering supplies to warfighters throughout the Middle East during Operation Epic Fury. Even as Iran threatens strikes on Gulf nations, U.S. just does not seem to budge.
All right, with the war in its 3rd week and mounting concerns over the stranded oil tankers in the Hormuz Strait, U.S. President Donald Trump is now asking nations, including China, to send warships to keep the strait open. And this is how he presented his case.
Thousands of ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple US flagged vessels have come under attack. West Asia war in its third week, raging on relentless. And now it seems like Trump is caving in to the pressure exerted by the Iranian regime. Trump has been bombarding his Truth Social account with a barrage of posts on the war. And in the latest, Trump says countries that receive oil through the Strait of Hormuz must take care of the passage. Trump says if the countries extend help, United States will also help a lot. Says US will coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly and well. This comes just a day after Trump specifically mentioned China, France, Japan, South Korea and UK. He claims these countries are affected by this blockade and that he hopes these nations will send ships to the Strait of Hormuz so the Iranian threat can be totally decapitated. In the meantime, Donald Trump says United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and will continue shooting Iranian boats and ships. Trump vows to soon make the Strait of Hormuz open, safe and free, one way or the other. Trump's request to the nations to send warships to Strait received a sharp response from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Araghchi calls this as Trump begging others, even China, to help it make Hormuz safe. Iranian Foreign Minister in a post wrote, "Touted US security umbrella has proven to be full of holes and is just inviting rather than deterring trouble." Araghchi also called on brotherly neighbors to expel foreign aggressors. Now, Trump reaching out to other nations to make Hormuz safe is also a signal that United States is struggling to dismantle Iranian navy, even as Trump claims it has been completely obliterated.
Right, staying with the war, as President Trump struggles to find a clear end and the objectives to the war, he started on 28th of February. Switzerland has announced closing its airspace for US military flights, citing its tradition of neutrality in armed conflicts. This adds to the list of nations who have refrained themselves from getting involved in the war in West Asia. Let's take a look at this detailed report on the Swiss position.
Trump is reaching out to other nations, reaching out for help in this war on Iran. What kind of help? To let US use airspace to carry out strikes on Iran. To let US use their military bases so US jets can take off and hit Iranian targets. Trump asking nations to deploy their warships to help keep Strait of Hormuz open and safe. But these nations are not interested in getting themselves involved in the war. In the latest, Switzerland has denied requests by US military, saying US can't use Switzerland airspace in the war against Iran. Two such requests linked to the war in Iran is straight away rejected by the Switzerland. Switzerland cited its law of neutrality while denying the request by US. Only one maintenance flight and two requests for transport jets were approved by the Switzerland. This is not the first time Trump's requests have been denied or ignored. Earlier, UK also declined to help US with offensive strikes by UK military and only allowed US to use military bases for defensive operations. France also rejected Trump's plea for military aid in the war against Iran. Even France refuted reports warships to Strait of Hormuz and said, "Stop the scaremongering." French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs said defensive posture has not changed. Spain has also strongly opposed the war and refused to allow US forces to use Spanish bases. All this as Russia provides key intelligence and strategic cooperation to Iran amid the war, with the Hezbollah in Lebanon and Houthi forces in Yemen also giving support to Iran.
right, let's look at the other side also. What's going on in the mind of Iranian strategic community through the CGT? And we have an interview with a former IRGC commander. His name is Hossein Kanani Mogaddam. Let's have a listen.
Dr. Kanani Mogaddam, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with CGTN. Doctor, recent strikes on Kharg Island have created great concern for global energy security. How do you think the IRGC is planning to protect energy hubs like this island from further attacks?
خب میدونید که ما سالهاست بعد از جنگ ایران و عراق برای اینکه وابستگیمون رو به تنگه هرمز کم بکنیم و صادرات نفتمون رو از جزایر کم بکنیم تدابیر کردیم. در مناطق مختلف ما لوله‌های انتقال نفت رو تعبیه کردیم و به راحتی میتونیم نفت رو هم از طریق زمینی و هم طریق دریایی بدون وابستگی به تنگه هرمز صادر کنیم. اینا به فرضم که بزنن که الان اومدن زدن به ابو موسی حمله کردن، اینا چیزی به دست نمیارن، برعکس بحران نفت رو تشدید میکنن. چون وقتی منطقه وارد جنگ میشه ما اعلام کردیم که تمام بنادر رو میزنیم، تمام شرکت آمریکایی، بانک‌های آمریکایی یا اونایی که سهام دارن کل منطقه رو میزنیم. یعنی دست ما رو باز کرد برای یک اقدام جنگی گسترده تر و الان هم شروع شده. به این خاطر اونا فکر میکنن که با زدن خارک یا بعضی از جزایر ما به ما فشار میارن. برعکس تمام این فشارها داره به شرکت‌های نفتی و وابسته به امریکا و اتحادیه اروپا و دیگران وارد میشه. به این خاطر ما هیچ مشکلی از این جهت نداریم. حتی خارک رو هم تصرف بکنن ما به عنوان اینکه سرزمینمون هست به اونها حمله خواهیم کرد، ولی اینکه مشکلی برای ما ایجاد کنه در صادرات نفت ما هیچ مشکلی نداریم.
Doctor, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, do you think safe navigation will return to this strait soon, or there will be the need for a stronger military presence?
تا زمانی که امریکایی تو منطقه هستن و تو این پایگاه هستن هیچ امنیتی دیگه در خلیج فارس وجود نخواهد داشت و همه کشورهایی که همکاری میکنن با امریکا در معرض خطر هستن. البته ما یک کنترل هوشمندی رو داریم انجام میدیم، یعنی کشتی‌هایی که از ما اجازه میگیرن و ما بهشون اجازه میدیم میتونن عبور کنن، ولی برای امریکا و همپیمانانش و کشورهای عربی تا زمانی که بر علیه ما میجنگن هیچ امنیتی وجود نداره و بحث امنیت هم فقط نیست، بالا رفتن ریسک بیمه ها و هزینه های شدیدی که برای حمل و نقل نفت داره ایجاد میشه و اون مموراژی که دارن میگیرن به خاطر توقف کشتی‌ها در دریا قیمت نفت رو به بالای $200 خواهد رسوند.
Doctor, do you believe that regional countries can work together to secure the Strait of Hormuz without military intervention of Western powers? If yes, how is that possible?
قطعا ما این مدل رو براشون تعریف کرده بودیم، قبلا هم حتی مانورهای مشترک دریایی باهاشون داشتیم و همیشه هم گفتیم که ما معتقدیم که امنیت خلیج فارس یک امنیت جمعی است با کشورهای منطقه و اگر امریکا از منطقه خارج بشه و کشورهایی که اومدن اینجا برای اینکه فقط منافع خودشون حفظ کنن ما به راحتی میتونیم امنیت حفظ کنیم. چجوری الان ما چندین سال هیچ اتفاقی در تنگه هرمز نیفتاده بود؟ چون ایران یه پای امنیتی بود. 2000 کیلومتر ما مرز دریایی ما با خلیج فارسه. اگر تمام ارتش آمریکا بیاد توی تنگه هرمز ما به راحتی میتونیم از زمین خودمون که مرز دریایی هستش اونا رو مورد هدف موشکی قرار بدیم و نابودشون کنیم.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Well, while that IRGC commander or the former commander is taking a very tough posture, in fact, suggesting that if the Americans continue to stay in the Gulf with their bases in the Gulf countries, there is going to be no peace in the region. Iran's foreign minister Syed Abbas Araghchi has said that end of the war would depend on guarantees that attacks would not be repeated and on the payment of compensation for damage or war reparations, as the Iranians are calling. In fact, Araghchi in the same statement has gone on to say that Iran is ready or Tehran is ready to form a joint investigative committee with regional countries to examine attacks on targets, essentially offering an olive branch to Gulf neighbors and perhaps aimed at making the Gulf countries, the Sunni Gulf countries, realize that maybe the Americans are not in the best interests of the geography. And this statement is being attributed to Arakchi. He has made this statement a while back. We'll get it as soon as we can play it. And he has also suggested that Israel could be behind the attacks on civilian targets in Arab countries in an effort to damage relations between those states and Iran. Essentially, Iran trying to create a wedge between the US-Israel alliance and the Arab world, Arab countries, the Gulf countries. All right, we are staying with the war as the war drags on for 16th day, and even the environment of the country or Iran is taking a toll. Multiple oil refineries have been hit, and as a result, reports state that a black rain has created health and environmental risks as toxic smoke billows from bombed depots. Here are the details.
Clouds of toxic smoke unleashed into the atmosphere smother Iranian skies. This after US-Israeli airstrikes on Iranian oil facilities. The toxic smoke returned to Earth in the form of black rain. This has raised concerns from both local authorities and international experts.
Most of this stuff disperses and gets removed from the atmosphere on a timescale of days. So if we don't create more problems, at least what's in the atmosphere is going to go away, within kind of 3 to 7 days. That doesn't mean that the health risk has gone away, but it means it's removed from the atmosphere.
Black rain occurs when soot, ash, and toxic chemicals combine with water droplets in the atmosphere, then fall back to the earth when it rains. Residents in Tehran complained of burning eyes and difficulty in breathing last week.
The black rain and the acidic rain coming with it is indeed a danger for the population, respiratory mainly, and it could be acidic, depending, of course, what context you have. We're in touch with the hospitals and with the authorities. And
plumes of dark smoke have also been seen across other parts of the region over the 2 weeks of the war. In addition to the loss of life and attack on civilian infrastructure, the environment and the health of Iranian citizens are also under attack in this escalating war begun by the United States and Israel.
All right, with that, we slip into a short break, but coming up on the other side, more on the war situation and Donald Trump's belated search for more allies as the war stretches into the third week. Short break coming up on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल
बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
first we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching World at War, a special coverage on the situation in West Asia and the impact across the globe. Let's get you first the top stories. In fact, we will start with telling you about what's happening inside Israel. Iran has launched a new wave of missiles attacked on the Israel as the conflict in the region continues to escalate. And one of the missiles struck a residential building in Shoham, that's in central Israel, near Tel Aviv, sparking fire and forcing emergency evacuations.
Here behind me is the house that was targeted by Iranian ballistic missile. Just one part of the cassette of this ballistic missile fall here on this house, and you can see how extensive is the damage. And now the army asks us to go outside because it is a closed area and we can't do that, but yet we are doing that. You can see here is the home that was attacked by Iranian ballistic missile, and only this room survived. This is a mamad, a protected room with the concrete walls, and it survived the ballistic attack. Usually people doing rooms for children in the safety mamads, so it can protect them during those attacks by rockets. And the owner of the house on time went. That's why you can see here is the home that was attacked by Iranian ballistic missile, and only this room survived. This is a mamad, a protected room with the concrete walls, and it survived the ballistic attack. Usually people doing rooms for children in the safety mamads, so it can protect them during those attacks by rockets. And the owner of the house on time went. That's why he survived. But all the house beside the protected room was completely destroyed. As you can see, all the rest is destroyed, and this is the only room, the protected room, that survived. And you can see all the rest is destroyed in this house. You can see how vast is the damage from one ballistic rocket of the Iranians. It's all full with remains of the rocket. Here behind me is the house in the center of Israel that was the target of the Iranian ballistic missile. You can see it is completely destroyed, and it is in the center of a neighborhood with no military targets, no strategic targets, just people with a lot of children living here. And you can see how extensive is the damage just from one rocket. This house was completely destroyed. There is almost nothing here anymore. And just because the owner of the house on the time went to the mamad, to the protected room, he survived. Otherwise it could be a big tragedy. Nikol Yochin, Shoham, Israel. Nikol Yochin, Shoham, Israel. You can see here behind me, this is a house in residential area in Shoham next to Tel Aviv, and it was the target of the Iranian ballistic missile. It completely destroyed by this missile. It used to be a home, but now it is just a little bit of remains. And it shows you again where the Iranian ballistic missiles are targeting. And this missile was with illegal cassette part. It means that one rocket becomes many small rockets, and it is covering a large area, and each of those rockets is really dangerous because you can see how extensive is the damage just from one rocket.
So that was a report from inside Iran. But what is the IRGC saying? As the war escalates, we have this exclusive interview with military analyst and former IRGC commander Hussein Kanani Moghadam. Listen in.
Dr. Kanani Moghadam, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with CGTN. Doctor, recent strikes on Kharg Island have created great concern for global energy security. How do you think the IRGC is planning to protect energy hubs like this island from further attacks?
خب میدونید که ما سالهاست بعد از جنگ ایران و عراق برای اینکه وابستگیمون رو به تنگه هرمز کم بکنیم و صادرات نفتمون رو از جزایر کم بکنیم تدابیر کردیم. در مناطق مختلف ما لوله‌های انتقال نفت رو تعبیه کردیم و به راحتی میتونیم نفت رو هم از طریق زمینی و هم طریق دریایی بدون وابستگی به تنگه هرمز صادر کنیم. اینا به فرضم که بزنن که الان اومدن زدن به ابو موسی حمله کردن، اینا چیزی به دست نمیارن، برعکس بحران نفت رو تشدید میکنن. چون وقتی منطقه وارد جنگ میشه ما اعلام کردیم که تمام بنادر رو میزنیم، تمام شرکت آمریکایی، بانک‌های آمریکایی یا اونایی که سهام دارن کل منطقه رو میزنیم. یعنی دست ما رو باز کرد برای یک اقدام جنگی گسترده تر و الان هم شروع شده. به این خاطر اونا فکر میکنن که با زدن خارک یا بعضی از جزایر ما به ما فشار میارن. برعکس تمام این فشارها داره به شرکت‌های نفتی و وابسته به امریکا و اتحادیه اروپا و دیگران وارد میشه. به این خاطر ما هیچ مشکلی از این جهت نداریم. حتی خارک رو هم تصرف بکنن ما به عنوان اینکه سرزمینمون هست به اونها حمله خواهیم کرد، ولی اینکه مشکلی برای ما ایجاد کنه در صادرات نفت ما هیچ مشکلی نداریم.
Doctor, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, do you think safe navigation will return to this strait soon, or there will be the need for a stronger military presence?
تا زمانی که امریکایی تو منطقه هستن و تو این پایگاه هستن هیچ امنیتی دیگه در خلیج فارس وجود نخواهد داشت و همه کشورهایی که همکاری میکنن با امریکا در معرض خطر هستن. البته ما یک کنترل هوشمندی رو داریم انجام میدیم، یعنی کشتی‌هایی که از ما اجازه میگیرن و ما بهشون اجازه میدیم میتونن عبور کنن، ولی برای امریکا و همپیمانانش و کشورهای عربی تا زمانی که بر علیه ما میجنگن هیچ امنیتی وجود نداره و بحث امنیت هم فقط نیست، بالا رفتن ریسک بیمه ها و هزینه های شدیدی که برای حمل و نقل نفت داره ایجاد میشه و اون مموراژی که دارن میگیرن به خاطر توقف کشتی‌ها در دریا قیمت نفت رو به بالای $200 خواهد رسوند.
Doctor, do you believe that regional countries can work together to secure the Strait of Hormuz without military intervention of Western powers? If yes, how is that possible?
قطعا ما این مدل رو براشون تعریف کرده بودیم، قبلا هم حتی مانورهای مشترک دریایی باهاشون داشتیم و همیشه هم گفتیم که ما معتقدیم که امنیت خلیج فارس یک امنیت جمعی است با کشورهای منطقه و اگر امریکا از منطقه خارج بشه و کشورهایی که اومدن اینجا برای اینکه فقط منافع خودشون حفظ کنن ما به راحتی میتونیم امنیت حفظ کنیم. چجوری الان ما چندین سال هیچ اتفاقی در تنگه هرمز نیفتاده بود؟ چون ایران یه پای امنیتی بود. 2000 کیلومتر ما مرز دریایی ما با خلیج فارسه. اگر تمام ارتش آمریکا بیاد توی تنگه هرمز ما به راحتی میتونیم از زمین خودمون که مرز دریایی هستش اونا رو مورد هدف موشکی قرار بدیم و نابودشون کنیم.
Doctor, thank you very much.
And we have a breaking news coming in right now. Dr. S. Jaishankar has held a telephone call with the Saudi Arabian counterpart, Faisal bin Farhan. He has also taken to social media in this regard and posted about it. He said that he's discussed ongoing developments related to the conflict in West Asia. So Jaishankar speaks to Saudi foreign minister, and this happened last night as Dr. Jaishankar posts on his social media platform, had a telecon last night with the foreign minister Faisal bin Farhan of Saudi Arabia, discussed ongoing developments related to the conflict in West Asia. Now, of course, New Delhi continues to engage with its partners in the Gulf, given the escalating situation. And there has been, of course, there are India's investment, and more than that, the diaspora and India's investment, and more importantly, the ships also coming from Strait of Hormuz is, of course, a key issue, one of the key issues. Some of the key issues as far as India is concerned, and we've seen that New Delhi continues to engage with its partners in the Gulf. All right, go back to our reports, viewers. With the war in its third week And mounting concerns over the stranded oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, US President Donald Trump is now asking nations, including China, to send its warships to keep the strait open. Take a look at this report.
Thousands of ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple US-flagged vessels have come under attack. West Asia war in its third week, raging on relentless. And now it seems like Trump is caving in to the pressure exerted by the Iranian regime. Trump has been bombarding his Truth Social account with a barrage of posts on the war. And in the latest, Trump says, countries that receive oil through the Strait of Hormuz must take care of the passage. Trump says if the countries extend help, United States will also help a lot. Says US will coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly and well. This comes just a day after Trump specifically mentioned China, France, Japan, South Korea and UK. He claims these countries are affected by this blockade and that he hopes these nations will send ships to the Strait of Hormuz so the Iranian threat can be totally decapitated. In the meantime, Donald Trump says United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and will continue shooting Iranian boats and ships. Trump vows to soon make the Strait of Hormuz open, safe and free, one way or the other. Trump's request to the nations to send warships to Strait received a sharp response from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Araghchi calls this as Trump begging others, even China, to help it make Hormuz safe. Iranian Foreign Minister in a post wrote, touted US security umbrella has proven to be full of holes and is just inviting rather than deterring trouble. Araghchi also called on brotherly neighbors to expel foreign aggressors. Now Trump reaching out to other nations to make Hormuz safe is also a signal that United States is struggling to dismantle Iranian navy, even as Trump claims it has been completely obliterated.
So as the war rages on in West Asia, there is a cost that it comes with. The emerging angle is the cost of war for both US and Iran that we are going to compare for you right now. The extra cost, in fact, has been incurred by the United States as it counters the cheap Iranian drones and even the missiles. Let's just see for comparison. This is the cheap Iranian drones, the Shahid. It's become one of the game changers, so to speak, for Iran. The Shahid drone wreaking havoc in West Asia, overwhelming the ADS, the air defense systems of the West, of Israel, of the Gulf countries, of the United States. $1 million US missiles, that is the Patriot missile system as the air defense system that is now busy in intercepting drones. And next, we're going to tell you about the details of how it's being used. There's one 136 Shahid drone that costs, if you talk about one Shahid drone that costs $35,000, just $35,000. Compare it to the US missile systems that cost around $4 million per shot. So you can clearly see that America stands at a loss, or whoever is in possession of that US missile. Next, we come to the another angle. Iran uses the Fatah-1 hypersonic missile. From drones to missile, this is high maneuverability Fatah missile, that it can in fact evade mid-air. It can maneuver itself and evade many of the air defense systems. Meanwhile, US uses the Tomahawk missile against Iran. And that, of course, is comes at a greater cost. But the Fatah-1 has been one of the most important ones in Iran's arsenal. And if you talk about Iran's side, the Fatah-1 missile costs around $500,000. Compare it to the Tomahawk, well, that's $2.2 million. Clearly, you can see the economic attrition of war. And if we talk about the other angles, viewers, there has been a lot of concerns about what has been the goal of this operation. Trump struggles to find a clear end. It's incurring this cost already, and there is a humanitarian cost. What are the objectives of this war that he started on the 28th of February? Switzerland, meanwhile, has come in and announced that it will maintain its tradition of neutrality, it has closed its airspace for the American military flights. And as it has always said that it remains neutral in armed conflicts, adding to the list of nations that have refrained themselves from getting involved in the war in West Asia. America has a lot to introspect, and it does not know now where is this war going. Take a look at this detailed report.
Trump is reaching out to other nations, reaching out for help in this war on Iran. What kind of help? To let US use airspace to carry out strikes on Iran. To let US use their military bases so US jets can take off and hit Iranian targets. Trump asking nations to deploy their warships to help keep Strait of Hormuz open and safe. But these nations are not interested in getting themselves involved in the war. In the latest, Switzerland has denied requests by US military, saying US can't use Switzerland airspace in the war against Iran. Two such requests linked to the war in Iran is straight away rejected by the Switzerland. Switzerland cited its law of neutrality while denying the request by US. Only one maintenance flight and two requests for transport jets were approved by the Switzerland. This is not the first time Trump's requests have been denied or ignored. Earlier, UK also declined to help US with offensive strikes by UK military and only allowed US to use military bases for defensive operations. France also rejected Trump's plea for military aid in the war against Iran. Even France refuted reports warships to Strait of Hormuz and said, "Stop the scaremongering." French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs said defensive posture has not changed. Spain has also strongly opposed the war and refused to allow US forces to use Spanish bases. All this as Russia provides key intelligence and strategic cooperation to Iran amid the war, with the Hezbollah in Lebanon and Houthi forces in Yemen also giving support to Iran.
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now. In the latest updates, SpiceJet is set to operate 7 special flights from Fujairah to India, 2 from Dubai on the 15th to 16th of March. SpiceJet will be operating 7 special flights from Fujairah and 2 from Dubai to India on the 15th and 16th of March. And on the 15th of March, airline to operate 2 flights from Fujairah to Delhi, 1 to Mumbai, and 1 special flight from Dubai to Pune. On the 16th of March, 4 special flights scheduled from Fujairah and 1 additional flight from Dubai to India. And in the latest, the SpiceJet, as we are telling you, is set to operate the 7 special flights from Fujairah to India, 2 flights to be operated from Dubai today and tomorrow. And in the special aircraft to operate, flights from Fujairah to Delhi and Mumbai are expected to start today. That includes 1 from Dubai to Pune. From tomorrow, 4 special flights, including 1 from Dubai to India, is expected to set off. All right, going back to the latest escalation in this war, Kharg Island has been strategically vital for Iran. It serves as its primary oil export terminal in the Persian Gulf. And as a large share of Iranian crude shipments pass through the island's storage tanks and loading facilities, it makes it a critical node for the country's energy revenues and global oil supply routes. And because of the central role, Kharg has been repeatedly targeted in these regional conflicts, including during the Iran-Iraq war. We're just going to show you why, and we'll show you the importance of it. You can see it is Iran's crown jewel. It's the crown jewel for Iran. The distance is just 55 kilometers. This is the Kharg Island. This is the Bushehr port. And that's the Strait of Hormuz. This is an island that, in fact, is important for Iran's supply of oil. Iran to get those oil that oil supply. That's a key destination. That's a key point for Iran. And that has been targeted by United States, although America maintains it has not targeted the oil facilities. And if we talk about why is it important, And how many times has it been a flashpoint in different conflicts? Well, it has been hit during the Iraq war as well. In 1980 to 1988, Kharg Island was attacked. Iraq attacked the ships near Kharg in 1981 during that war. And in 1984, direct strikes were conducted on the oil loading terminals of Kharg, and that's the 8-kilometer-long coral island. In 1984, the attacks were intensified. May 1984, 18 vessels were hit in a single month. 86, 2 years later, repeated bombing was reported that damaged the export facilities. It's a critical lifeline, if you could say. And Iran thereby was forced to divert the exports. So that's why Kharg has been. That's how Kharg has been attacked so many times. It's 50 kilometers from the Iranian mainland. It has been used by Iran as backup ports. Like Iran has used backup ports like Lavan Island when Kharg was attacked. So it has had that backup in the past as well. We do not know the extent of damage this time around as far as this strike by US is concerned, but we are just showing you how it has been targeted time and again. And this has been heavily bombed as claimed by Donald Trump, and almost all of Iran's oil exports flow through this island, despite some 5,000 targets being struck in the country since the start of this US-Israel war with Iran. Kharg had been spared so far, but now this is being seen as a fresh escalation in this conflict. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has claimed that American forces have totally demolished the military targets on the Kharg Island. That's the key oil export hub for Iran in the Persian Gulf. And speaking after the strikes, Trump suggested that the US could hit the island again if necessary, even remarking that it might do so just for fun. That's what he said. These are the comments that have drawn sharp reactions amid the rising tensions with Iran. And US says that the operation targeted military infrastructure on the island, while the developments are likely to further escalate the already volatile situation in the Gulf region. All right, in fact, viewers, as we speak and get you more and more updates, there is another development that we are picking up. It's a breaking news we have right now. With Iranian and Iraqi airspace restrictions, Air India is taking the longer route for European and North American flights, and henceforth, it's taking longer flying hours. DGCA has provided temporary relaxations to Air India and flight duty norms now till the Iran situation is resolved. This as per sources. So Air India taking longer route to Europe, given the situation right now amid the war tensions, and Air India taking longer routes to Europe. And DGC has provided temporary relaxations to Air India in the FDL, the flight duty limit norms. And that's the latest update we're getting to you, pertaining, of course, with great importance for flyers, for passengers traveling, who have to travel amid this escalating situation. All right, viewers. With that, it's a wrap on this edition on World at War. We will be continuing to get you more updates and breaking news and much more from Ground Zero. Thanks for watching. And on the other side, we get you also the updates from Election Commission's announcement of the Assembly poll dates from 2 phases of elections for West Bengal. And the counting day is the 4th of May. More updates on Republic TV.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा हार्डकोर मसाला मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा।
We continue to get the tales of valor. India speaks, asserts and leads. And I welcome Major General G.D. Bakshi for speaking on the age of an assertive India. Over to you, sir.
Indeed, a pleasure to come back to the second gathering of the Nationalist Collective. Even as we speak, the war has started. There has been a joint attack, I believe, by America and Israel onto Tehran. They've hit the president's house. They've hit some of the key targets, Ministry of Defense, intelligence, etc. So even as we speak, the war has started. I wouldn't be surprised if this escalates. We were all dreading that Donald Trump to get the Epstein files off the main headlines was capable of doing anything. His own Chief of Staff, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, had told him, don't do it, because this could lead to heavy American casualties. If the Iranians are able to sink an aircraft carrier, there are 5,000 American sailors on an aircraft carrier. And if they don't hit an aircraft carrier, even if they hit a Arleigh Burke class destroyer, it could lead to, the end of Donald Trump's political career. So let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. It's a very interesting day for us soldiers because, there is so much to learn. You live and you learn. Every day you live and you learn. They seem to have achieved a tactical surprise because the talks just ended, and the talks were just a ruse to gain time. They were a ruse to gain time. The decision had already been taken. the Gerald Ford Carrier Battle Group was moved there so that you could, defend Israel with the Patriot missiles, with the THAAD missiles, because the Iranian missiles are about to fly anytime if they haven't taken off already. So let's see, wait and watch what happens. Today, I want to come closer home. We will, of course, be going after this to fight this war on television, but I want to start with closer home. After I retired, for about good 13 years, along with my very dear friend Sushil Pandit and many other good friends, we had been going around trying to ask for a statue of Netaji to be installed at the India Gate behind the National War Memorial. I want to share some things with you. You see, we are so delighted that at long last, after years and years and years of Jantar Mantar and motorcycle rallies here, Mumbai, everywhere, the Prime Minister finally listened to us, and we had the 28-foot tall, 80-ton statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, exactly where King George V statue had once stood. I thought it was poetic justice. We are free today, and if we are free, we got our freedom in 1947. It was only and only because of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and the Indian National Army. In 1945, the Second World War got over with the nuclear bombing of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Japan surrendered, right? I mean, they had no option. They surrendered. Netaji did not. He did not surrender. It had already been planned out, and Count Terauchi, the Southern Army commander, was very fond of Netaji, very close to Netaji. He had told the Kampetai, the Japanese intelligence agency, that they should prepare a deception plan to help Netaji get away to Manchuria, and from Manchuria he was heading for the Soviet Union, because the Russian armies of Zhukov at that very stage were advancing towards Manchuria. So the Kampetai, the Japanese intelligence agency, prepared a deception plan. As per that deception plan, Netaji's plane took off from Vietnam, landed, made a temporary refueling halt at Taihaku Airport in Taiwan, where that air crash was staged. And Habibur Rahman was left behind to tell the story that he had died in an air crash. He, along with Lieutenant General Shedai, a Russian-speaking general of the Japanese army, expert in surrender negotiations, international protocols, along with Netaji and his 2 bags worth of gold, which the Indian diaspora had given to continue the fight. They took off for Manchuria, and they landed at Manchuria. They were received by Colonel Peter Utrekhin of the Smersh Soviet Agency. Peter Utrekhin of the Smersh Soviet Agency. And then they were taken from there along with General Shedai, the Russian-speaking Japanese general, to Omsk in Siberia. Please don't forget that when Netaji had established his Hakumat-e-Azad Hind in Singapore in 1943, October 1943, 9 countries of the world, including the Soviet Union, had recognized Netaji's provisional Indian government in exile, right? And they had even opened an embassy in Omsk in Siberia. Don't forget, that was the place where That was the place where the Soviet government had shifted. Less Stalin, Zhukov and the general staff. They had stayed on in Moscow, but the rest of the government, to get out of the range of German bombers, had been shifted to Omsk in Siberia. Kacho Kano, that is a code word for who the ambassador of the INA was in Omsk in Siberia, he had received Netaji. From there, Netaji had made 3 radio broadcasts which were recorded by the Intelligence Bureau in Kolkata. The first radio broadcast from Omsk, Siberia, 32-meter band, was in December 1945. Netaji is supposed to have died 18th August 1945. So who was this? A ghost or what? The first broadcast was in December 1945. The second was in January 1946. And the third and final broadcast was on the 18th of February 1946. You remember that date? What happened on 18th of February 1946? There was a revolt in the Royal Indian Navy against the British. On 79 out of 80 ships of the Royal Indian Navy, the Union Jack was pulled down by the Indian sailors. The tricolour was fluttered and put up there, and thereafter, the sailors went around the streets of Mumbai and Karachi with portraits of Netaji shouting, Jai Hind, Jai Hind. They turned their guns onto the British officers' messes, the Taj Hotel and what have you. And that was the end of the Raj. The British panicked, absolutely panicked, and Lord Pethick, Lawrence, Secretary of State for India, was sent to commence transfer of power negotiation. Right? Now, when this happened, they heard this final broadcast and then they saw the naval mutiny. The British contacted the Soviets. They had 2 treaties with the Soviet Union, one of 1941 and one of 1944, for sharing top-level intelligence, cooperation in special military operations. Under the tenets of this treaty, they approached Stalin and they told him, look, we know you've got him in your country. You got him in Omsk, we've got his, this thing. And there is a letter by the Home Secretary Moody, M-U-D-I-E. He was equivalent of the Home Minister in the Viceroy's government, right? And, they were discussing what to do with Bose. And there is a very significant line. Let him be where he is. Let him be where he is, right? And very enigmatic. But the simple fact is they approached Stalin and they told him, it's very wrong. We are supposed to be allies and you are giving shelter to the biggest enemy of the state. Here is a man who has been with Hitler. And if there is one man Stalin hated, it was Hitler. I mean, it was visceral. So he blew his top, not so much because he was there, but because the operation had been leaked. And do you know that Colonel Peter Utekhin and the head of the Smersh agency were shot by the NKVD in 1951 because of this leakage of information. But Stalin was now embarrassed, deeply embarrassed. War had just ended. They had fought as allies with the British and the Americans. And therefore, Netaji was arrested and taken to camp number 48, prisoner of war camp number 48 in Sudzal in Siberia. This is the camp where the top German generals, Field Marshal von Paulus and the rest of them, and the Japanese general were kept for detailed, what is called phase 3 interrogation, right? That is where Netaji was imprisoned. It is said, we don't have concrete evidence of this, but it is speculated that the British said, we don't want him back. No bloody jail in India can hold Netaji even for a day, especially after the trials INA trials. The whole country was inflamed. The whole country was inflamed, right? And because of that, you know, they said no jail in India will be able to hold Netaji. So they said, we want to interrogate him there because we are very worried. They were expecting the smaller revolt in spring, which happened on 18th February. But the major revolt in the British Indian Army, 25 lakh Indian soldiers, battle hardened, combat hardened, who had fought the Germans, the British, the Japanese, the Germans, the Italians, the Japanese, beaten them all. And there were 40,000, there were 40,000 Gora troops in India. And there were 25 lakh soldiers, Indian soldiers of the British Indian Army. In 1857, they didn't have officer level leadership. Only Nayaks and Havaldars, that was the maximum, right? This time, we had 25,000 Indian officers in the British Indian Army. The senior most was Cariappa. Senior most was Field Marshal Cariappa, then a brigadier. And Thamaya, etc., Shirinagesh, they were full colonels. So we had the leadership, we had the people, and the British military intelligence had said the major revolt will come in June. Sorry. As it is, revolts had broken out in Jabalpur in the Signal Regiment. My father served there. We were there as kids. We have seen those barracks with the bullet marks. Revolt had spread to the British Indian Army, and that is what made the British panic. There was Operation Gondola. Lieutenant General Sinha, who was the first Indian officer to be posted to the MO Directorate, British time. You know, the British officer was fed up. He wanted to get back home. He said, ye le chabi, wo top secret files wahan hai, tu khud gin le, problem ho to mere ko bata deiyo. Main ja raha hu ghar bhai. So he opened the files, and the first one he saw was not for Indian eyes. You know, and that was contingency plans brought up, drawn up by the British, Operation Gondola, in which all the British forces would head for the cantonments where they had airstrips or ports. The families would fly out first, and then the British Army would stage a fighting withdrawal, like Kabul. You remember Kabul? Hanging from the bloody wheels of the aircraft. That was the plan. That was the level of panic into which the British had gone. So it is said that they were extremely worried. They contacted the Soviet Union, they contacted Stalin, and they asked to interrogate Netaji in camp number 48, Sudzal, Siberia. And the speculation is, we still don't have concrete proof, because for that, the Russian files would have to be declassified and made available. MI5, MI6 files would have to be declassified and made available. Also, the French files have it. And just by the way, the files of the IB have still not been declassified, not one. Not one. You know, the rest of it we have all heard, those were already revealed. The simple fact is that Netaji was interrogated. Now, the military men here know what interrogation means. It means torture. It means torture. He was tortured to death. They are saying that they use a plastic bag to suffocate and fake a heart attack. And Netaji's body is buried there in some unnamed grave in Siberia. The British government, the Nehruvian government, they hung on to that deception plan of the Kampetai, the crash in Taihoku. By the way, when the Mukherjee Commission went to Taiwan, they said, show us the records of the aircraft. There is not one record of any air crash in the month of August, September. End September, there is an air crash about 200 miles away from that Taihoku airfield. when an American plane with returning prisoners of war hit a peak, a mountain peak. Nothing to do with this. So the simple fact is, this narrative was taken advantage of by the British to live in a haze of glory. The Indians, like beggars, begged for their freedom. They fasted, and we were so moved to tears by the fasting of Gandhi and Nehru. I hope you know that the British caused 11 man-made famines in India, in which, as per British records, colonial records, 60 to 80 million Indians perished. Perished! You understand? And why did they perish? Because you told the farmers you will not grow rice, wheat, vegetables, you will grow opium to sell to China. You will grow indigo to paint the bloody textiles. And the average age of Indians was brought down in the British Empire from 70 to 27. That was the average lifespan of the Indian. Because of deliberate man-made famines. If you are weak, what bloody fighting will you do? The greatest nightmare of the British was the simple fact that 1857, if that happens again, we are done for. We are done for, right? And therefore, I'm sorry to state this, but Gandhiji was exploited. Exploited by the MI5, MI6 to keep India peaceful. Ahimsa Parmo Dharm suited the British very well. It suited the narrative of the British to go in a blaze of glory. We left because these people fasted. People who murdered, genocidal murder of 60 to 80 million Indian citizens, left because Gandhi fasted, Nehru fasted. Give us another one. Give us another one. But that is what happened. Netaji lies buried there. It suited the Nehruvian government to spread tales of the air crash. And when those, didn't seem to work, 2 inquiry commissions and people of India were damned skeptical. Then a Shaulmari Baba was put up by the Intelligence Bureau in Bengal. All the British agents, headed by Talwar, the biggest swine who had trailed Netaji till Afghanistan, British spy, IB spy, they all gathered around Netaji, Shaulmari Baba. That story didn't work. Then we created another story of Gumnami Baba. The whole aim was to take away the angst, cover up that story of torture and death in which the Indian government connived. Connived! To the man who made you free. If there is no board outside the Delhi Gymkhana Club or the DSOI Club, you know what the boards said? Indians and dogs not allowed. Bhartiya or kutte andar nahi aa sakte. The man who helped you take those stupid boards out, the man who really freed you, this is what we did to Netaji. Now, Netaji, one of his last acts in Singapore, in August 1945, he had built a national war memorial for the Indian National Army, Azad Hind Fauj. Out of 60,000 men, 26,000 had laid down their lives, died fighting for the country. I just want to ask you a question for general interest. How many names do you think, Fauji is not allowed to answer this, how many names do you think are on the National War Memorial? How many names? 26,600 plus. Just a few have, because every month these figures rise. 26,600 out of the Army, Navy, Air Force, strength 1.3 million, 1947 to date. How many people do you think died in the Indian National Army or laid down their lives? 26,000 out of 60,000. 44% of the force laid down their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, एक पत्थर नहीं है इस कायनात में, इस भारतवर्ष में, जहां पे उनके नाम लिख दिए हों. Netaji, like I said, built a war memorial. Arnab, I have left a clip, and we got hold of a clip of 1945. It was that 35 millimeter. It has been converted to video. It's in black and white, but it shows that Netaji had built a war memorial in Singapore to the martyrs of the INA. When the war ended, Nehru and Mountbatten visited Singapore. The people of Indian origin in Singapore asked Nehru, क्या आप श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे? यहाँ INA का war memorial है. हाँ, yes, I'll come. And he was about to start when he got a phone call from Dickie Mountbatten. And Mountbatten said, Jawahar, you will not go. It was as simple as that, and he piped down. He sat down. Mountbatten sent the engineers, British Indian Army engineers. They wired up the whole war memorial and they blasted it to bit. Arnab, I'll earnestly request you to show the blasting of the INA war memorial to the people of India and to the people of Bengal. Because they are now facing an election. Let them see that. Right? It was blasted to bits. Arnab, nobody does this to a war memorial, man. In the Kargil war, you will bear witness that we handed back their dead bodies. When they didn't take them, we buried them with full military honors. We wrote the citation of their top gallantry award winner, that captain. We wrote the citation and put it in his pocket and sort of, gave it back to those people. Aslam Sher did a damn good job. He fought well. He fought like a hero. So countries respect even your enemy's war memorial, you don't touch. This was blasted, man. And 75 years after independence, 80 years after it was blasted, we still don't have a war memorial. We still don't have a war memorial to 26,000 warriors of the INA who laid down their lives so that you and I could be free. We don't have a war memorial. The war memorial that was blasted in Singapore, right? There, the people of Indian origin, somewhere in 1995, they paid from their pocket and they rebuilt that war memorial in the form of a history book that stands. It's a beautiful war memorial. They rebuilt that war memorial. They paid. अपनी अंटी से जेब से पैसे दिए. और हमारी साहब थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड है. पैसे नहीं है आपके पास, हम लोग दे साहब. चाहिए पैसे हमसे ले लीजिए ना यार. अगर इतनी गरीबी किल्लत इसीलिए आती है जबकि फौज का मामला होता. It's pathetic. But I'm sure if this reaches the right ears, and I'm sure it will through Arnab and his channel, it will reach the Prime Minister, it will reach the PMO, and I'm sure this year, before this year is over, we should have a war memorial for the Azad Hind Fauj, because of whom you and I are free. This is a national debt of honor. This is a national debt of honor. अरे साहब, अपने माँ बाप का भी हम लोग पिंडदान करते हैं, पितरी ऋण चुकाते हैं. Don't take the curses of 26,000 martyrs. How long will you not pay them that honor? Who are we scared of? The British Empire? I mean, that's some kind of a joke, man. We had an Indian who was the Prime Minister of Britain, Rishi Sunak. And when I was sitting with Arnab, I think when this news came, and people asked me, what do you think? Rishi Sunak has become the Prime Minister of England. What is your reaction? I said, the empire strikes back. The empire strikes back. We have struck back. We have removed the statue of King George V. It was taken down by the public, by the way. The government didn't remove it. It was taken down by the public, and that canopy was lying vacant for all these years, when a few years back, the Netaji statue was installed there. I would appeal to the Prime Minister to finish this unfinished business, to give it closure with dignity, with respect and full honors to those 26,000 martyrs of the Azad Hind Fauj. Jai Bharat! Jai Hind!
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे।
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must congratulate the Republic Media Network and Mr. Arnav Goswami and his team for your vision, your passion, and your ability to execute that vision and passion. In such a short time, what you achieved is truly phenomenal. And the fact that, as per you and what we have seen, you are working for nation first. I think it rhymes with us, with our belief in the defense forces, that it is always Rashtra Pratham, Nation first. So we are on the same page on that. Of course, if you call me in your studio, we may be on different page, but today we are on the same page. Thank you very much for doing that. senior officers, serving officers from the Defense Forces. Our former chief, Admiral K.B. Singh, is here. Very senior veterans sitting on the front row, and also beyond that, captains of industry, our friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is a pleasure to be standing in front of you for the Republic TV Force's first conclave. And I would like to compliment the Republic Media Network for putting together this edition for the Navy, but I would say it is beyond Navy, it is for the maritime domain. And I will tell you why. It is not only about Navy. It is about understanding how maritime security underpins national security and therefore the economic growth and therefore the well-being of people. 145 crores, 150 crores of us. In our conscience, I have traveled many universities, I've gone and talked to colleges, and very, very upcoming, very, great institutions of learning. When I spoke to those students, I found one thing common, that they was totally oblivious about oceans and what oceans mean to us as a country. And I don't fault them. It is because of lack of exposure. And because oceans are obviously away from our daily conscience, daily working, and we take certain things for granted. So I really don't fault them. Therefore, there is a need for course correction, which we are doing certain things. And yet, the oceans, as we know, I think all of us who are sitting in this auditorium know that they sustain our economy, trade, and more importantly, security every single day. If you were to go back to 2611, you will understand, and all of us will understand, how important oceans are and coastal security and maritime security is for the growth of our nation. So it is in that larger context that the theme of the session is what I have been told is India's maritime century. That becomes very apt, I think, and relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, every major power's rise through history, give or take one, has been underwritten by mastery of the maritime domain. And I was not convinced with this, so I have told my team to do a research, and they have put an appendix also. So that appendix also I can share with you if required. And the sea is the medium through which wealth, influence, and progress flows as we speak. The 21st century is further reinforcing this truism. Power today is increasingly measured by control of access to markets, resources, energy, and connectivity, much of which is maritime. So in this era of weaponized interdependence, the ability to secure or deny maritime transit can impact global economies. In case of India, I'll just give you an example. A $1 rise in global crude prices can increase our annual import bill on this by $1 billion. Such an economic impact is more pronounced in the Indian Ocean, because these waters carry 1/3 of global containerized cargo and about 2/3 of world's crude oil. The 36 littoral states in Indian Ocean region host nearly 40% of global population, which is the largest among all regions, despite Indian Ocean being the third in size. For us in India, located at the geographical and civilizational heart of this system, the seas are our national identity. They function as the invisible infrastructure, unseen yet indispensable to everyday life. our energy, supply chains, trade, and digital connectivity all are seaborne. And therefore, the seas are our gateway to prosperity and primary vectors of our global rise. So the question is, how is India capitalizing on her maritime moment? And three reinforcing elements come to my mind. Firstly, there is a clear commitment in both policy and capacity across the maritime sector. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, he underscored this shift a number of times, but I just elucidate one when he said that the blue economy is central to India's growth strategy. And he had said in many forums many more things about matters maritime, including on board when he came on the Vikrant for last Diwali. This scale of commitment is evident in numbers. 70,000 crore package to revitalize shipbuilding, 8 new shipbuilding clusters, 840 Sagarmala projects worth 5.8 lakh crores, and a target, this government's target, to put India among top 5 shipbuilding nations by 2047. Importantly, this intent is translating into concrete outcomes. In the past few years, our total port capacity has nearly doubled. Cargo at major ports has grown by 47%. Vessels turnaround time has been halved. Coastal shipping cargo has doubled. And inland waterway cargo marked a 7-fold surge over the last decade. India's blue economy is contributing over $170 billion directly to our GDP. At the same time, maritime connectivity facilitates over 1 trillion in merchandise trade annually, making the maritime sector a macroeconomic engine today. Second, there is a coordinated action among all maritime stakeholders, be it government, industry, academia, or coastal communities, to advance these maritime endeavors. So government policy, regulatory reforms, and sustained financial support